Should I just go ahead and get started then? Alright, I will take that as a yes then. Alright, on 3, 2, 1, Chrono Trigger. Alright, so welcome everybody. This is actually the second Chrono Trigger run of the marathon, and it's going to be a pretty different one from the any percent run that Chrono Kirby ran a few days ago. This is kind of an interesting category in that it's kind of used to be the main category for this game back when it first started getting speedrunners outside Japan, like my friend Essentia on the call here back in, what was it, 2011? Is this when you first started running Chrono Trigger?
Yeah, I started running it for the first AGDQ 2011. So yeah, back then we didn't know about a lot of the glitches or the RNG manipulation. And so this is the way I had to run it.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and I'd been kind of itching to get back to this game for a while too, because this was a pretty active speed game project of mine in 2015, and I'm pretty happy with my PB times at the any percent and 100% categories with glitches and RNG manipulation. But kind of, what was it, like maybe last summer or so? I think Essentia was kind of feeling the same way and wanted to kind of do something different with the game, and kind of decided to update the route for 100% quests without glitches or RNG manipulation. And then I watched a couple. I saw some of her progress on that, and it seemed like kind of what I'd been looking for too, as far as a new way to run this game. And I decided to get on board too, and here we are.
Mm-hmm. I guess one of the main reasons I got back to this is that, well, I was looking for something to submit to RPG Limit Break, but I didn't have a lot of time to practice something new. And so I thought, well, I know Chrono Trigger pretty well already, and yeah, I wanted to get back into it too. And so that was the main reason I started working on it again. And I submitted it. It didn't get in, but that's okay.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, we submitted it as a co-op run, and it's on the backup list right now, but whether that changes or not is perfectly fine.
Yeah, I mean, it was in just recently in 2 marathons, so I'm not too upset that it didn't get in this time.
Mm-hmm.
But I wish I had more time to work on it.
Well, family is a very, very valid priority and distraction.
Yes.
Yeah, so about the first like 5-ish minutes or so of this run is pretty much the same as a run with glitches and manipulation, just because we haven't gotten into anything yet other than the intro. But once we get going with the first dungeon, it's going to be a pretty different animal.
Yeah, so the glitches that we're not going to be using are the unequip glitch. For those, well, that's one of them. For those who don't know about the unequip glitch, you can unequip their armor and stuff, which normally you can't do. But when you do that, for some reason, it increases their magic power and elemental defenses. Which elements is it? I forget.
In the English version, it is all of them except fire.
Okay.
It also boosts your magic attack power, too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so we won't be doing that, so they won't have enhanced defenses and magic power. We won't be using the save anywhere and fade out glitches. So we're going to be fighting all the bosses, not skipping any of them. We won't be using the elixir overflow glitch, where you use an elixir to instantly kill some of the bosses. Is there anything else?
The fade out and did you already talk about fade out and save anywhere?
Yeah, I mentioned it. The fade out and save anywhere glitches we won't use. Seems like there's another one, but I can't think of it right now.
Yeah, I know. I just linked to an FAQ that Abda wrote several years ago that explains the glitches and said, "Okay, we're not using these."
Hey, I should do that too. That sounds good.
Alright, so we've got our first bit of speed tech in this intro battle here with 3 blue imps. If I am extremely fast on my attack inputs, it's possible to kill all 3 of them before any of them attack Chrono, which just saves a few seconds from the animation.
Yeah, so if we were manipulating the RNG, you actually wouldn't kill them in this order. You would let one of them attack you, just for RNG manipulation. Since we're not doing that, we're going to try to kill them all. I keep saying we, even though I'm not running it this time.
Well, it's the royal we, so it's always so tempting. Oops. So even though we're not going to be using glitches to skip battles or bosses in this run, there are still a lot of encounters that we can avoid just by using kind of tricks with movement around the battle triggers. And that one right there with that bird enemy is actually one of the more difficult ones in the game, and I have to do it a total of 3 times in the course of the run.
Yeah, that's like my least favorite battle skip there.
Yeah. I use kind of a funky setup for it to try to get it more accurately, which usually works if I warm up a little bit, which is where I actually kind of adjust my grip on my controller so that I can kind of poke my D-pad and get really precise movement into the dark spot in the bridge. So I just realized I forgot to get the power tab, so making a little detour before the first battle. But I have done this before. Even though it's been like a year and a half since I've done glitched runs of this, a lot of the like movement and stuff is still in my muscle memory, and like the glitched route just skips that power tab. But for this, because we're not manipulating the damage output in the battles, we need that in order to guarantee one-shotting the a set of Raleigh Polys that we fight for tech points. Probably noticed that I shortened the characters' names to 1 letter too. That's a pretty common thing in Super Nintendo RPGs, where because you can't skip cutscenes and because the text boxes draw out kind of character by character, shortening your player characters' names will save more time than you think over the course of a multi-hour run. It's a little interesting in this game in particular too, because like when I ran Final Fantasy VI on Saturday, I named like Terra T, Locke L, Edgar E, and so on. But in this game, if you do the same thing, like if I named Chrono capital C, the game would actually be inserting null characters to replace the ones I deleted, and it wouldn't actually save any time. But if I insert spaces at the start and then name Chrono O, which is the last letter of his name, then it does actually save the time.
Yeah, naming in this game is just weird.
Yeah.
There's also the fact that you can't name 2 characters the same thing.
Which is something that's pretty much just exclusive to this game, as far as I know.
I know. I don't know why they put that in this game.
Given that it came out after FF6, which doesn't do that.
Yeah, so when we get to like naming Robo, we won't be able to name him just O, because Chrono's already named that.
Alright, so despite being glitchless, where we're not using the unequipped glitch in order to kind of pump up our stats, there really isn't a whole lot of grinding that we have to do. It generally works out that we get enough experience and tech points from mandatory battles and bosses in order to get what we need. There are a couple exceptions though where we have to take some extra fights, and this is one of them. Just because in order to gain Chrono and Luca's first tech skills, we need to get some points that we can do kind of most efficiently by fighting these two battles in Guardia Forest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so that first fight against the two roly-polies, Chrono learns Cyclone, and then, as you saw, he can one-shot the Roly Riders in this next battle. And then they'll learn Fire Whirl, which will be used in the Cathedral on the Nagaets.
Yeah, I'd say this because this battle takes a pretty long time if you don't have Fire Whirl, just because Chrono's Cyclone alone isn't enough to one-shot them.
So this battle is really annoying when you're not doing RNG manipulation. Because these enemies have two attacks. They can either do a physical attack or they can cast their slow spell. And we don't want slow, which we're getting anyway.
Yep.
On Luca.
On both of them. Okay, at least they lined up kind of nicely for a triple kill, but this is still a little bad because of all the slow spells. Yeah, and they didn't attack Luca much.
Yeah, so the battles here in the Cathedral, we want Luca to take damage, because she's going to die on the first boss. We want her to die.
And because I killed 3 of them with the Fire Whirl, I used Flame Toss for the last one, just for a slightly faster animation. We have our first sighting of that adorable Frog Flex.
Frog Flex. Actually, I guess it's G Flex.
Yeah. Since this is a marathon run, I'm going to be grabbing some extra healing items just for safety, like that tonic I got. I'd usually skip, just because the enemy there is a little awkward to get around.
Yeah, not a bad idea. We're pretty limited on healing items for this first part of the game.
Nice crit. So after playing this organ and then doing a little weapon upgrading and safety saving, we've got our first boss who's actually only fought in this category too, because in a non-glitchless run you can actually use a combination of 2 different glitches to actually skip Yakra completely.
Yeah, so if you were using glitches, you'd use the save point here to activate a save anywhere glitch, which lets you save anywhere. And then you'd save inside this room at a certain point, and then reset. And when you do, it skips the battle, basically.
Yeah, because you basically get into the room without actually triggering the fight, and then you can rescue the real Chancellor to advance the story without ever fighting Yakra. It's kind of like the max skip in Super Mario RPG, if people have seen that. But anyway, it does make me a little sad that we don't get to use X-Strike against Yakra, just because that's one of my childhood memories of playing this game, is this being kind of the first fight that I really used the game's combo system in. But I would have to kill 10 extra enemies in the Cathedral in order to actually get Slurp Cut on Frog, which is just way too slow.
It's not worth it, yeah.
So instead, we're basically just hoping that we're just going to be using melee attacks with Frog and Chrono, and then hoping that Luca dies quickly, because Yakra can only do his rush counterattack, which he's doing right now, if all three of my characters are alive. Unless he does a single unless he needle spins Luca, it's probably going to take a while too, just because Luca didn't take a whole lot of damage in the fights. Oh, nice.
Yeah, we kind of had some bad luck earlier. Yeah, normally you want Luca to die, ideally with Yakra's first attack. That's what saves the most time. Then you don't get any counters from him.
So from here on out, it takes roughly 23 hits to kill him, with crits counting double.
Yeah, and then you just want to make sure you keep your HP high.
Just meant to slow up there. All planned. I'm gonna tonic just for a good measure because I got that extra one.
That was a little scary.
Yes! Ugh. Should be pretty close now. Okay, there we go. Yeah, I meant to heal Chrono the turn before Yakra did that needle spin, but something I do in order to save a lot of time in battles is actually, if you have the memory cursor option enabled, you can actually press or hold the X button, and then regardless of where your memory cursor is set to, the game will just cue a physical attack on the first frame possible. So for situations like that, where all I'm doing is just spamming my character's melee attacks, I'm just holding the X button in order to cue them up as fast as possible. And I just kind of lost track of the ATB bars, basically, and both Frog and Chrono came up at the same time.
Yeah, that happens sometimes.
Yeah, pretty good time for beating Yakra would be close to 17 minutes, although I had a decent run through the Cathedral, but the fight itself was a little slow just because Luca stayed alive for a while, and then I didn't get a whole lot of crits with Chrono and Frog.
Now we've just got cutscenes for a little bit.
Yeah. Although after these cutscenes and after going back to Truce Canyon is actually our first instance of running away from a battle, which is actually something that some people, a lot of people that watch my runs of this don't even know you can do in this game. And do you want to explain the trick we use with running away?
Yeah, so if you hold the R and L buttons during a battle, it'll let you run away. But we use a trick to be able to run away immediately. That's if you are holding R and L before the battle triggers, before it starts. Then when the battle starts, immediately go into a menu, either the tech menu or the item menu. And then exit that menu, you'll run away right away, immediately.
Yeah, you can, I mean, if you're holding the buttons while the battle is first loading, it's pretty free as far as you just kind of flick in and out of the menu, basically, but you can also have it use a visual cue where your characters all have a special pose that they strike when you've held L and R long enough for them to run away, so you can also watch for all three of them to strike that pose. I also vastly prefer going into the tech menu instead of the item menu, because in the item menu, using the L and R buttons also pages up and down in the item list, and if you're holding them, you can kind of mess up your memory cursor, or like get scrolled far away from where your items actually are, which is a little annoying to fix sometimes.
Yeah, it's kind of funny that the memory cursor works differently with the tech menu and with the item menu. For the item menu, you can just move your cursor, and wherever you last left it, that's where it will be next time you go into the item menu. And that's for any character. It's the same for each of them. But for the tech menu, if you want the cursor to stay on a specific tech, you actually have to select it and select the target for it to stay there.
Yeah, and that's also a little frustrating in some situations too. It just makes memory cursor a little less powerful overall than in FF6, where all you have to do is just move the cursor over whatever you want to set as your memory cursor. In this game, you actually have to confirm it, at least for the tech menu.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, so now we've got the trial here, which is a pretty kind of interesting concept for an RPG in the 90s, as far as just having seemingly kind of having you judged basically on doing kind of the normal things you would do in an RPG, like just like eat somebody's lunch because it's a shiny pink bag sitting on a table, or rescuing a lost cat and stuff. For the speedrun, the fastest possible outcome for this is actually to be found guilty, because there's two different versions of the cutscene afterwards when you get thrown into prison, and the one where you're found guilty is actually about 8 seconds faster. And unfortunately, we can't actually guarantee getting guilty every time, at least having it save time over not guilty. So just based on what we did as far as like talking to Marley before, getting the pendant before talking to Marley and some stuff like that, we're able to get 3 of the 7 jurors to do guilty votes, and then the other 3 always do not guilty, and then the 7th one is actually random, or I guess it's technically the 2nd one as far as how they announce their votes. So we basically just hope that juror number 2 votes guilty. And like we're picking the options during the actual trial to get 2 guilty votes. Oops, except I mashed and said no to the first one.
You're supposed to say her fortune did tempt you.
So clearly, because I just confessed to wanting to kidnap her for money, I'll be found guilty, right? Of course not. Another thing I like about getting found guilty too is that you can mess up the music in the next cutscene too if you bash through all the text. Because the music for getting thrown into prison has kind of a natural end with a dramatic chord that it strikes when you clear the last text box, but if you just mash through and have the shorter version of it, it just cuts off abruptly instead.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, somebody in chat is mentioning the ethers you get if you get found not guilty. We actually don't get those, even if you get found not guilty, just because we just don't need them in our route.
Yeah, we actually sell the first few ethers that we pick up.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, so this part here, there's 3 extra boxes of dialogue that you get if you're found innocent.
Yeah, like there's the dramatic chord in the music that we only get to hear in the not guilty version. So there's a couple things you can do to get out of prison. It's significantly faster to tickle the bars like that and then knock out the guard instead of just running around him and then just running through the rest of the prison. You could also wait for the execution, but that's a lot slower because of not only waiting, but there's some extra cutscenes added to it. I think we probably wouldn't get mid-tonics out of it either, too, because I think Luca knocks out all the guards already in that version. That clip between those 2 shields I actually figured out when I played this as a kid, too. I really hated fighting those just because of how having to wait for the shields to open. Yeah, oh yeah, incompetent prisons are a recurring theme in this game, by the way, because like the Chancellor went through all the effort to frame Chrono and get him put in prison, but he kind of neglected to take away his weapons.
Although Dalton doesn't make that mistake.
Mm-hmm. And then in the Tyrano Lair, you've got jailers that run away from you. Alright, so these guards here have randomized movement, so I was taking it really cautiously, because not only do I get an extra battle if they catch me, but I also don't get an extra mid tonic, and healing items are very short supply in the beginning of this run, and I need 6 mid tonics and preferably 2 regular tonics for basically maximum safety in the Heckran fight. Coming up in a bit over half an hour.
Yeah, Heckran is another boss that gets skipped in glitched runs. But we're fighting him in this run, and he's pretty dangerous. You have to know what you're doing, and you have to have a specific number of healing items just to make it safe.
We get a whopping 5 of them from the warden here.
So now the dragon tank. The dragon tank is dangerous too, since we're not manipulating RNG. We don't know who it's going to attack for sure. So the main strat here is to take out the head first, and then use Cyclones and Firewhirls to take out the other parts.
The head also has the most HP of the parts, too.
Yeah, so the head, it heals all parts, but it also generates a shield or something so that fire will do no damage. I think. It's been a long time since I've...
Well, I believe the head
itself
is just immune to fire.
Is it just the head? Okay. Yeah, it's been a long time. But mainly the head, it keeps healing all the parts, so that's why you want to take it out first. But you can't do Firewhirl on it.
Sure if I needed an extra hit or not because of that crit that Luca got, so I was just playing it safe there.
Yeah.
So now that the head's gone, and also just because Chrono is significantly faster than Luca, we're going to be alternating between Cyclone and Firewhirl, just because Firewhirl does more damage, but also requires both Chrono and Luca having full ATB bars.
And the other thing is that once you kill the wheel, the body will counter any attacks that you do to it. And so alternating means it won't get the same person. Well, at least the way I do it. Depending on their cursors and stuff.
The end of this battle is always so tense, too.
It is. I've kind of wondered about maybe turning down the battle speed for this. Seeing if that would make it safer.
Yeah, it's another big part of the routing for this run, too, is kind of trying to balance speed with safety, too, as far as which battle speed we use for these fights.
Yeah, right now battle speed is at the fastest, but we will be turning it down for some battles later on.
I did a very minor skip there, too, where I kind of hugged that guard on Chrono's left there to avoid a couple text boxes that otherwise would pop up.
Yeah, there are a bunch of little things like that throughout the run, where you just skip a text box here or things like that, but they do add up. I'm seeing some people ask about 100%. So 100% basically means you're going to complete all the side quests that the guy at the end of time gives you near the end of the game. If you go talk to him, he names a bunch of different quests that you can go and do. And so I think there's 8 of them.
That sounds right, yeah.
Yeah, so it's things like getting the Sunstone, getting the Rainbow Shell, defeating Yakra the 13th,
Yeah, Mother
beating the Black
Brain.
Omen. Mother Brain.
Again, since she just got defeated in the Super Metroid run before this.
That's right, we've got Mother Brain again.
Oh, we got some of Akira Toriyama's finest artwork coming up right here too, with the Chancellor face.
Chancellor face.
Yeah, Abda has that as a sub emote, which I love.
Yeah, so all quests is really the only requirement for 100%. But we are going to be doing.
Yeah, and doing all quests kind of really just makes you do everything that you can do without having to touch New Game Plus.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, there's a couple like cutscenes that we don't see, like with Toma, in order to find out about the Giant's Claw, but
yeah, we don't.
Pretty much all. I mean, we're going to be fighting basically every boss and doing pretty much all the major story. I didn't hug the wall close enough there. I'm still getting used to how to avoid this without using the text box trick too.
Yeah, there's different routes through this place depending on what category you're doing. In the glitchless category, we want to save as many tonics as we can. Because when you touch a rat, it steals a tonic from you. And then if you're out of tonics, it steals money from you. But we don't want to lose any of that in this run. So we avoid the rats, but if you're doing other categories, you can use the rats to skip some of the battles quicker. Because the battle won't trigger as long as the rat's dialogue box is up, or it's saying it stole a tonic or whatever.
I'm a little nervous about the next boss just because I had to use my safety revive on the dragon tank, which I don't think I've ever actually had to do before.
I've had to do it before.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, we've only had one revive at this point, and yeah, we've already used it.
So I might be a little more liberal with using tonics here because I can't revive anyone. What are my favorite non-boss monsters? Evil Weevils and Debuggists. Just because of how great the names in the English version are. Throw a tonic on Chrono just because he could die to an amplifier at this point. Alright, so with this setup, what I'm going for is a 2-cycle kill on Guardian, which is pretty secure as long as I get at least one crit with pretty much anybody. Well, at least that's dead now. I would have liked to have gotten that Chrono crit on the body. Right, so from here on out, I'm just holding X and hoping that I kill it before it revives bits again. Gotten a couple crits with Marley, so this should be pretty secure. Yep, there we go. That looks like Discord just went down too, so it's just me until Sancha is able to come back. Alright, so I had to use all of my remaining tonics on that battle, so I'm gonna have to make a minor detour before going into Heckran's cave in order to buy some more, just for maximum safety. So right here I need to catch this rat in order to learn the password for getting into the basement of the dome. This isn't really difficult at all, but it's not completely free either. If I bonk too many corners when I'm rounding them to get to this point, basically that could make me lose enough distance to the rat to get away. And the rest of the Aerostome is just avoiding the enemies here. So after these cutscenes here, I just need to escape from the Aerostome and avoid the enemy triggers again, and then it is time to take a little nap, but still be hungry. Yeah, I'm seeing some questions in chat about the Japanese version. For Glitchless, it wouldn't really change the routing much, and it would definitely be faster just because the text is a lot faster. But most runners of Square RPGs generally just run the English version just because it's the most accessible, both for getting copies in most cases and also not having to deal with a language barrier. And if in runs that do use glitches, it would be a different category too, just because the unequipped glitch works differently between English and Japanese, and that actually affects quite a few battles. So here I just need to pause a little bit at one point to avoid one of the bugs, and then it should work out that I I avoid the rat cycle coming up here too. I don't actually remember what happens if you say no to that. I think it's probably just a "but thou must," where if you say no, she just asks you either the same question again or a different one that keeps looping until you say yes. But you're still hungry. Aw. It's going to be quite a while before we get to eat too, before we get some cake later on. Alright, now we're coming up into what I know is one of Essentia's least favorite parts of the run, which is the Johnny race, just because if you're trying to optimize for real time instead of game time, you do need to win the race first try. And that does take a little bit of work. I like to use a strategy where I bump into Johnny's back twice in order to manipulate when I cross the finish line and make, for me at least, make it pretty easy to win the race if I use a boost at the end. But there's, I mean, you can save like a second or two too if you get good enough at just kind of staying in front of Johnny for most of the race. It's a little F-Zero wannabe there, especially if you play it again, where you gain the option to rotate the camera with the L and R buttons. I keep thinking that Marley is going to go before Luca in this fight, because these buggers have 100 HP, so one Chrono attack and one Marley attack should pretty much always kill them. Hopefully Discord comes back soon so we can have commentators back. Oh, okay. Yeah, let me log into Skype.
Hello?
Hey, can you hear me?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Yep.
Okay. Hello?
Hey, can you hear me? Alright, so now we get to name Robo, and because, like Essentia mentioned a while back, you can't give characters duplicate names. Here, I can't name Robo O, so I'm gonna name him 9 instead, because that's only one extra input.
So what do you end up naming Ayla?
Capital A.
Nah.
I think you do, what, quotation marks, or?
Yeah, I do quotation mark for Robo.
And you get to choose whether to take Marley or Luca into the into the I almost said Magitech Factory, too much FF6, into the nondescript factory, and I don't know if it really even matters that much for Glitchless who you take, but we're taking Luca just because I guess that's just how it's been routed, and you can just mash in order to select her.
Yeah, well, Luca needs all the tech points she can get in this run because she's going to be learning all of her techs.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the main reason she's brought here.
Trying to add Opted to the call too. That was a good fight, by the way, too. The acids and alkalines that I fight in this factory have extremely high defense. The red acids more so.
Hello.
Hello, hello.
Hello.
How you guys doing?
Yeah, pretty good so far.
It's hard
Yeah,
to tell.
doing okay.
Hard to tell how you're doing without the splits up. Just got the one timer.
Yeah, I know my Yakra time was like a 17:20 something, which is decent. Oops.
Oh yeah,
Too early.
that's good.
And then we're coming up on one of the more annoying battles in the first hour of the run, where I have to fight 5 randomly colored slimes. The absolute perfect outcome here would be 5 greens, although I don't think I've ever actually gotten that in a run. I think the most I've gotten is 4 greens. Okay, I got 3 and 2, which is pretty standard.
I think I've gotten 5 orange before.
Yeah, 5 orange is quite common because it's awful, and confirmation bias.
Dang, Robo with the 18. I haven't seen a double-digit hit on these
Wow.
in quite a while. Okay, so I basically took a risk there just because so I could hit both of them, but I ended up taking a counterattack, which the acids and alkalines can do if you attack a alkaline, the green ones, when there's a acid nearby. But now that the greens are all dead, I can just hold X. It's also important that I end this battle with at least 8 MP on Chrono, which is pretty easy to do in this category, just because he's a level higher from actually fighting more bosses.
Yeah, that makes the R series a little safer. Oh, it's always fun trying to do commentary when the stream is behind the Skype.
Oh, do you have the
Oh no, I might not.
RTMP viewer?
No, I don't.
Do you need that? I can send it to you.
Oh, please do. Thank you.
You should be able to get a lower delay feed.
So how long has Discord been wonky for?
Most of the day, as far as I know.
It was
Yeah.
Got a request
the
to
last couple days
to
was
lower
more.
the volume a bit too, so if you guys could keep talking so that they can let us know. Like maybe start talking
okay.
about the R series fight.
So the R series fight, you fight 6 robots that look just like a Robo. They'll take 2 cyclones to kill, but you don't want to kill the first group with the first 2 sets of cyclones. You want to alternate so that less, they're 3 of them are dead for less time, because if you keep 3 alive for too long, they start spamming hits that hit both your party members at once and do extra damage. So you want to alternate front and then back and then back and then front.
Yeah, and I believe going for the front row first will cancel their next attack too, because of taking them to half health and triggering some kind of AI change.
Yeah, so it seems like it doesn't make sense that you'd want to kill one row first to do your first 2 attacks on the same row, but really it's just to manipulate their attacks, and it does make it faster and safer.
Yeah, you hit the front ones and then kill the back ones with the next 2. That way, when the second round of attacks comes with the blue Robos, they don't have to walk as far to get to you as well. If the back ones are attacking, they have to walk a little bit farther. They can use their rocket fists as well, but not all the time.
There's a couple different strats you can use for this too. Like I'm doing one where I have Luca attack, mostly just to get rid of her turn, so that I don't risk tripping getting from Luca's menu into Chrono's, and that makes it very safe for me to do this fight on battle speed too, which I can then keep that through the next dungeon too, which is kind of optimal for running away from the fights there efficiently. But you can also lower the battle speed even more than just only have Chrono do cyclones, and the slower battle speed gives you plenty of time to get out of Luca's menu.
Yeah, battle speed 1 is pretty tight. You have to get your first cyclone off very, very quickly to do this. I don't know how much safer it is in Glitchless, because you do have a little bit more experience, and looks like Luca has a different gun than what she usually has.
Yeah, and better armor too, because I threw the Titan vest on her
instead of nothing.
I mean, it's still. Yeah, I mean, this is still super dangerous if you don't follow the script as far as what order you kill the Robos in. But it's basically impossible to lose if you execute it well. Unlike in a glitched run, where if the first 4 attacks all hit Luca, then you can still lose.
Yeah, and when you're attacking with Luca, you're basically trading 2 Luca attack animations for 1 Robo attack animation, so it's safer and very, very slightly slower, but it's not that bad. But it's way safer.
And now we get introduced to the game actually providing an in-game explanation for your party size limit too. Because my kind of favorite example from the other extreme is when in FF6, when you get asked to pick 3 characters to go fight the IAF and go down the floating continent, you're not given any real reason for that. I mean, the in-game reason is because of Shadow, but you don't know about that at the time. But here they actually tell you that they make up that only 3 groups of 3 can use the time gates. And then when we get the Epoch, I think they just kind of imply that because there's only 3 seats in the Epoch's cockpit, that
it still doesn't make sense, because you can change party members wherever you want. But let's just leave that alone for now.
Although they don't explain how you can just switch your characters whenever.
Yeah.
Wherever you are, you can just switch someone out.
Yeah, and that's very useful for speedrun routing too, because the fact that you don't have to go to a save point or back to the end of time or something in order to party swap. So if anyone's watching that's never seen a speedrun of this game before, this is probably your first time actually seeing the frog form of Specchio too. Because in a casual playthrough, you're generally going to be a high enough level that you'll have kill wall as Specchio here.
Yeah, it's really tight, especially in Glitchless, because you get the experience from the bosses as well. So you have to get there with Chrono being less than level 10, which is pretty much not fighting anything that you don't have to.
Everybody watching, feel free to circle the walls of your room and think magic to help us out too.
Don't knock over any lamps.
Yeah, we do not assume any responsibility for any issues that may result from that, though.
Just don't forget to do the Specchio skip.
It's the best skip.
Yeah, the Luca learning magic is my cue for the Specchio skip coming up. And nailed it.
Good job.
Yeah, unfortunately, unlike in FF6, you can't hold the D-pad down in order to buffer picking the second text option. So you do actually have to be aware of when there's text options where you have to select the second one.
Yeah, I missed that from FF6.
So a little pit stop here to get a speed tab. Of the three stats that you can use tabs to boost in this game, speed is by far the most important. So let me check my item. I'm pretty sure I'm gonna... Yeah, just for marathon safety, I'm gonna pop into Melchior's hut here and buy some tonics, just so that I make sure not to run out for the Heckran fight.
I'm just gonna pop off. I'm just gonna mute myself real quick while I try to figure out how to use this SG commentary stream thing.
Oh, and then when we learned magic from Specchio, by the way, to if any of your characters have not learned their level 1 and level 2 techs yet, the game just gives them to you because your first actual magic spells are your level 3 techs. So like Marley didn't even get enough tech points before this point to even learn Aura, her first tech, but now she has it. So the next battle trigger after this one is avoidable, but it's pretty tight. Alright, and I got it.
I messed that one up more than I should.
Yeah, I mean you can buffer it by just hugging that corner, but it's very, very sensitive. Alright, go time. I'll let you do the commentary just so I can focus.
Yeah, I'll explain this. So this battle here, Heckran is weak to magical attacks. Physical attacks don't really hurt him at all. And Slash is considered a magical attack. But the main damage is going to be from Antipode here. So the first few rounds, Heckran will be in his first phase, where he always does 2 water attacks and then does a cyclone. And then he goes into his counterattack stance. So he's very predictable here. What we're going to do is attack him until he does his counterattack stance, and then heal during that round with Aura Whirl. And after he does that twice, we'll have done enough damage to him so that he'll move into a second phase. And the second phase is more dangerous, where he will do 2 cyclones and then a yes indeed. And each one of those does a lot of damage, and so we want to heal after each one of those when he's in his second phase. So right now he's still in his first phase. The only thing we really need to watch out here is if he uses his water bubble attack on the same person twice, then we want to heal that person. Otherwise, it's not too dangerous right now.
Those familiar with the glitched routes of this game will notice that this is an actual fight that takes a long time, and it's very useful to be able to skip it in a sort of a non-glitchless run. This is one of the biggest benefits of using this save anywhere glitches, because this fight does take quite a while because he's got quite a bit of HP.
This next cycle coming after this is pretty tight too.
Yeah, so now when he's in his second phase, Chrono needs to use a mid-tonic after every attack just to make sure that nobody dies. And some of the timing is kind of tight to do that.
Horror World is actually pretty nice double tech too, because you don't really get party heals until way later into the game, and it actually heals for quite a bit.
Yeah, I think this is the only battle where we use Aura World.
Yeah.
Too bad it doesn't get used very much.
I looked into using it on Magus, but it really didn't pan out.
Yeah, Marley just isn't used for very many battles.
Yeah, especially since her magic stat is normal. She's not a good attacker, and a lot of her magic's not incredibly useful until you get
Haste.
into the later ones. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Do you ever run into any problems with running out of MP in this fight at all?
Nope, it's super consistent because he has 2100 health, and Antipode is always going to do a little over 200. So it always works out that 10 Antipodes and 2 slashes will kill him.
Ah.
Yeah. And then for this fight, I like to have 5 mid tonics and 2 regular tonics. If you have that many, then you're fine on healing items.
Yeah, I mean, in casual playthrough, I'm sure people get annoyed by his defensive phases, but in the speedrun, that's the only reason this fight is even possible to win at these levels, because it gives you breaks to heal without having to use mid-tonics.
Yeah, if he was just able to spam Cyclone the entire fight, healing would be an issue. You only have so many mini tonics, you probably at that point have to go out of your way to buy a few.
So I'm making a little detour here to get the Tabin Vest, which is an armor upgrade for Luca that gives her +2 speed and 50% fire resistance. This isn't required by any means, but I like having it, especially for marathon type runs. Oops, it might help if I actually talk to him again. Mostly for the Magus fight, and then also for the Golem twins. Because of Luca having more speed and fire defense there. And that cutscene I had to get there beforehand, I would have to get anyway later in the run before getting the Tabin suit, which I get much later in the run. So even though that was like about a 20 to 30 second detour, it ends up effectively being less than that.
Yeah, your only loss is entering and leaving the house, really. Speed is very important in this game. The vest gives 2 speed to Luca, which brings her from 6 to 8, which is still terrible. But, every little bit counts, and she, especially with a lot of the fights that are a lot of turns, such as the Tyrano.
Yeah, the speed stat in this game is capped at 16 instead of not 100 like the other stats too. So 1 point of speed makes a pretty big difference.
Yeah, if you're looking at the turns you get from 7 speed and the turns you get from 8 speed, you can definitely tell the difference, even if you're just casually playing. That's why speed tabs are so great.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and why I don't actually get any power or magic tabs that I'm not that, except for the one that I picked up in Guardia Forest, and then one that I'm just given by the chef here too, just because. Mm-hmm. I mean, I so would like those to actually, like those to actually be useful for like getting around grinding requirements. And I think I left too soon actually. Let's go. Less talking, less talking real life, more talking to chef here.
Yeah, so if you go up the stairs before closing the chef's last dialogue box, then it doesn't count, and he won't give you the rations, won't give you the jerky.
There's not a lot of text boxes where that actually matters. The planting the seed is another one. But a lot of times you can just talk to whoever you need to talk to, and if you're able to move during the box, you can just run out the door and not worry about it.
You just run away while they're talking to you.
Yeah, like picking up the Sunstone from the mayor way later. Mm-hmm. You can just talk to him and leave, and you don't have to wait for it to shine and say that it's in your inventory.
So now we've got another boss that is normally skipped in glitched runs, but we're going to be fighting him here.
And I'm very much okay with that, because the skip here is very, very hard.
The skip can waste a lot of time if you don't get it first try.
Back to power and magic tabs too. An extra point of strength or magic only adds like generally under 5 damage per hit too, which we've just haven't really found any situations past the very, very start of the run where that actually makes a difference. Unlike speed, where 1 point does make a big difference because it means you get more turns relative to the enemies.
With magic tabs, if you get Chrono to like really high levels, he caps out a magic at like 40 or something. So if you grind out magic tabs through whatever means you want and get him to 99, or to star, his magic spells do crazy amounts of damage. But 1 or 2 tabs, it never really makes a difference.
And for these 2 battles here with Ozzie and the skeletons, I could just use Luca's magic to kill the skeletons, but that would just end up being slower than attacking Ozzie 3 times. Mostly because after I kill the skeletons, I have to wait for Ozzie to run away.
Yeah, for some reason the battle just ends after you attack him 3 times.
Because he's in a pickle after 3 hits.
I did determine through Ramwatch that he has 472 HP here, and I believe, like in New Game Plus, I believe if you can actually do more damage than that, then it just ends immediately. I don't really see that happening here, though.
Does killing the skeletons give you any more experience or anything?
I'm not sure.
I'm not sure, actually.
I feel like it doesn't. Because they die anyways. But I'm not sure.
Alright, so for the Zombor fight, Zombor has two targets, his head and his legs, and they both have different elemental properties. So we want to kill the head first because if we kill the head last, it does a really nasty all-targeting energy blast as its final attack, which will probably kill me if it actually does it. So I go for the head first, and then just because Chrono doesn't really have much better to do, well, except crit twice, I give him the Berserker for this fight and basically just hope that he attacks the head while it's still alive.
Yeah, the unfortunate part about him being Berserked is if he hits the bottom one, he's just gonna get healed up by the antipodes before he can do damage to it.
Should finish off the head.
Yeah.
It was also important that I used Marley's menu to queue Antipode there. Do you want to explain why?
Yeah, because the head does MP Buster as its final attack, and we still want Luca to be able to cast fire on the bottom part after the head is dead. So we want Marley to lose all her MP, not Luca.
Yeah, and whoever you queue the double tech up with is the one that he targets.
Yes.
Yeah, that's relevant
and that goes with
later
for
too.
any counterattacks. There are other places in the run where that will matter. You want to select the double text with certain people so that that person will get I can't talk today. will get targeted by the counterattack.
Yeah. Yeah, off the top of my head, Dalton with his iron orbs matters when using Falcon Hit.
And here we're taking advantage of the fact that healing items are just dirt cheap in this game.
70 mid tonics.
Yeah, for a mere 7,000 gold.
A lot of those will get used.
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah, you have to do Tata. Ugh.
Yes, we don't get this in here.
Yeah, there's a pretty fun skip in the glitched run where you can reset the game on that screen where I got the Mirage hand and then clip through and skip these two fights.
They're not bad fights, though.
Yeah,
No.
plus I get to use them to learn Fire Punch to use on the boss too.
Yeah. Slightly stronger than the Antipode against the Mass Immune. I love the neat interactions with enemies in this game, such as the Ogun there. If you burn his maul, it just turns into a regular goblin.
So this is the last unavoidable encounter in Denadoro, so if I actually get any more fights before the boss, then I made a mistake. There's a lot of them, too.
Yeah, running up this mountain's pretty fun, because it's precise
I just
movement.
like this area in general, just because it's got this really kind of music that implies sneaking around, which is what this is all about in the speedrun. It's kind of all these weird movements you're doing to avoid battle triggers.
A lot of nice items in this area too. Mid-tonics and silver earrings, silver stud. A kill wallet that really likes mountains.
Yeah,
It gives you a useless magic tab.
Yeah, so for the summit, by the way, it was very, very important that I avoid the fight trigger there, because if you get if you hit it, you have to fight like 4 battles back to back that are all unrunnable. But once you've gone through that screen once, the game removes the fight trigger, and you can just run through it the second trip.
Mm-hmm.
Good programming.
Oops.
Oh.
It's been a long time since I messed this one.
Yeah, it's a little bit of a finicky.
Yeah.
And I usually
that's
just,
one of the
I
more
basically just
difficult ones.
hug that top part of the hill right there, and it pushes me through it.
Yeah.
There's a lot of skips that have multiple strats for avoiding them too. It's all just runner preference.
Mountains are nice.
Just had to give him a cameo.
Yeah, there's so many mid-ethers on this mountain, you don't even need to get them all. So that last skip there, you just have to wait until the outlaw tosses 2 rocks at you, and then starts moving upwards, and then you can walk up the ladder and pass him.
Yeah, if you go up that ladder too soon, he'll knock you down, and then you have to fight the enemies that are down at the bottom of the ladder.
Yeah, and you can't run either. Alright, so now we have the Masamune fights, which is our first 2-stage boss fight.
I guess it is. Both these guys are susceptible to sleep. But you definitely want to have the right one fall asleep, and then attack the left one. Doesn't matter which one you kill. But if you attack the right one while the left one's asleep, it'll counterattack still.
Yeah, the one on the right counterattacks, the one on the left doesn't.
Yeah.
So, and the battle only ends when one of them's dead.
Yeah, you just have to do 1,000 damage to one of them to end the fight. And then using Fire Punch just makes it not matter if Robo crits or not. Now we've got the main event. And our first hearing of the ever-popular Boss Battle 2 theme.
This fight's not too much different when using RNG manipulation. You get a little bit of a faster cycle, but the strategy's the same. You want to hit him with... Well, I guess you use Fire Punch instead of anti-code, but you hit him with a double tech and with Chrono until he starts to charges his counterattack move, or his wind move, in which case you can do damage or heal and then hit him with a slash to cancel it.
And then this boss has a very predictable script that he follows, just like Heckran. In his first phase, he'll always do 2 physical attacks, and then do a sort of wind attack, and then he'll start charging up. And then once you've got him down to half health, he changes to a different one where he does 2 more powerful physical attacks, and then starts charging. And so just by watching how much damage he does with his physical attacks, you can tell when he moves into his second phase.
Yeah. Unfortunately, all his attacks are... I think all his attacks are physical, so they're not blocked by the weird glitchy defenses of taking off your armor in a glitched run. So this is
the only thing he
benefits.
does that has an elemental property is his slash and wind attack, neither of which you should see if you're doing the fight right.
Yeah, so that's one of the benefits of actually having armor on, is that because his attacks are physical, you're actually negating a little bit of damage.
Still no crits from Chrono, so I'm probably not going to be able to kill him before he does the second tornado cycle.
That's okay though.
Everybody loves the music for this fight, so...
Exactly, yeah.
I was hoping to squeeze this in before then, but oh well. I've got enough.
okay,
I've got enough HP for this. If he hits Robo, I might pop a mid tonic before slashing though. Probably maybe two, maybe 3 more fire punches left now, just because I've only gotten 1 crit with Chrono. Now there's 2.
You're also a little safer in this fight than in a glitched run because Robo does have more HP than Marley. Hey, nice.
Yeah, when I saw him start to walk away from Luca, I pretty much just gambled that I'd be able to kill him before he got another chance to punch her.
Yeah. What are the odds on a crit? It's an answer, or it's a question that only like 5 people in the world have an answer to.
Yeah, that is one thing that is a little, I do find a little frustrating about speedrunning this game without RNG manip, is that you'd think a game this well known and liked would have pretty good resources available on like damage formulas and nitty gritty game mechanics and stuff, but sadly that is not the case.
Well, the problem with crits in this game is they're all kind of scripted, and you can based on the seed value and things, you can figure it out, but it's not like a 1 in 8 or whatever. It's just based on a bunch of charts that if you line them all up, you can figure it out.
Because like for doing routing for the Final Fantasy series, like most of the games, they've been hacked thoroughly enough that like there's full script dumps of every monster's AI in the game, and then like all the damage calculation formulas and stuff.
This game you can barely find friggin' HP values.
Yeah, accurate ones at least. Yeah.
Yes.
Because I had to do RAM watch to actually get an accurate HP total for Dalton Plus, because like the Chrono wikis was wrong.
Yeah.
This is also when we find out if it's officially the run or not.
Yep. I didn't see one on the way up, so I'm ready with my spam.
We've got 3 more chances.
Yep. It's okay though, even if the
spam.
new in the game abandons me, the plushie new sitting on top of my TV never will. Julius the new. Who I'd show off if I had my webcam on.
Sad days. Sad days.
2 more chances though.
No new.
New more chances.
And also, just because there's probably people wondering, no, that does not actually impact the game in any tangible way. It's just a sign of good luck to see you do.
Blasphemer. Blasphemer.
And then because the game has a different battle trigger in this screen depending on which side you enter, when I'm coming from the overworld towards the time portal, I can't actually avoid it, unlike when I'm coming from the time portal towards the overworld. Alright, now we finally get to eat something after an hour and a half of adventuring.
Breakfast of champions.
I just wish it was chocolate cake.
One little minor benefit to Glitchless too is we get to hear Corridors of Time a little bit more too, because in like a glitched run you would actually skip this cutscene here.
Another benefit is that you don't have to wonder if you triggered
if you actually got the skip or not too, because you often don't actually get a good visual cue on it other than saving the game to see if the game advanced the chapter.
Heading to Prehistory now.
Yeah, this is somewhat different from a normal run too, in that because we can't manipulate the movement pattern of the reptites, it works out to be faster to just bring Robo here and use laser spin to kill them instead of using magic attacks with your human characters.
Yeah, you do get a little bit of an extra cutscene with Ayla wondering what Robo is.
What a robot is.
Yeah.
Robin?
Robin. And that's generally why it's faster to bring Marley and kill these guys that way. But this is just way more consistent.
And it also makes this next cutscene pretty silly, where they're actually afraid of the reptites after Robo just killed all of them with one laser spin and has plenty of MP to keep doing so. And I have to give Ayla a name other than A, lowercase a too, because Luca already has that.
I think Ayla does prefer speaking in uppercase anyway.
She seems like the kind to shout everything she says.
Yeah.
I really don't like this next encounter skip coming up here just because I find it super awkward to do fast when I have to pick up the Berserker.
Oh, you have to pick it up on the way there.
Yeah, because I need two Berserkers for Nizbel in this route.
Yeah, and if you just wait it out, they can just kind of go all over the place and be impossible to get past.
Alright.
Okay.
Yeah, I hit the Y button to move the text to the top of the screen so I could actually see what I was doing too.
Yeah, this place is a little weird too, because if you encounter the runners up at the top there, you fight all 4 runners and you beat them, and then you go down, and then you have to fight the Killwallas separately. But if you pass them, you fight all 6 at once, which is strange how they or why they would program it that way.
And then later when you go back there, the Killwallas aren't there, but everything else is.
Yeah.
And then because I didn't bring Marley to this cutscene, I get basically the fastest possible version of it.
Yeah, if you bring Marley here, she wants to dance with you, and that takes a while.
You have to advance her entire dancing thing before you can talk to Ayla. For some reason, Luca just doesn't matter. You don't have to talk to her at all.
Yeah, and I just need to talk to Robo once, and then again after he starts doing his extremely creepy-looking laugh animation.
Time for soup.
Yeah, air quotes soup as I call it. This is where speedrunners of this game that have actual mashing skills can show their stuff.
Yep. I don't actually think it saves time though.
Nope.
No.
You just have to beat Ayla, which is actually pretty easy. If you want to get silver points by drinking soda, that's a whole different story though.
Oh man, I'm so bad at that.
I still have never actually done it without a turbo controller, too. I also haven't seriously tried since I was a kid, too.
Yeah,
but I
yeah.
know as a kid, the most I could get was 6.
That's more than I can get.
I can do it, but I don't like doing it multiple times in a row. 'Cause
Yeah. And you'd have to do it, like, what, 4 times in a row in order to get enough points for the clone? Then you get 10 for that.
Oh, I think what you do is you fight.
Oh, you do Gato
Gato
twice and then do the
twice
soda
and then-
once.
Yeah.
I'm going to fight Gato 3 times.
It's actually 3 times. You get 5 for the soda, so you got to do it 3 times and then fight Gato twice, or something like that. I don't remember. It's been so long. You only have to do it in like one category.
Alright, so there's no unavoidable fights in the forest maze, so hopefully we will not see any.
There's lots of fights in the forest maze, but
They're all pretty easy to avoid.
Yeah, just by hugging certain walls or just avoiding some fairly easy landmarks.
you're not being greedy for treasure chests. Which are all crap, if I remember. They're all
Yeah.
tonics and stuff.
There is some decent stuff in the Reptide lair. It's just sadly almost all of it requires having to wait for the evil weevils to dig holes in different parts of the screen.
Yeah, there was a version of any percent a long time ago.
Or
where
you got an
need
elixir here.
Elixir, yeah, you get an elixir by waiting for one of these things. Whereas if you didn't do that, you have to go all the way inside 1000 AD.
Guardia Castle.
Guardia Castle, yeah, to get through. So it potentially saves a lot of time, but waiting for them to actually open the hole can take a very, very long time, and there's not really any way to manipulate that. One of the things that isn't figured out yet, I guess.
That does kind of feel like it could potentially be faster if there was some way to just to get them to behave better.
Yeah.
The skip's
Yeah,
kind of
so
weird
for-
too. I basically just need to wait for the ape to turn around, and then that's the only thing that matters.
He doesn't see you right there.
He can only see out of the back of his head. Yeah. So just for those who haven't seen a 100% run before, the definition has been around for a long time, and it's basically just all the you playing the game through and doing all of the end of time side quests during the fated hour at the end of the game to beat the game, and then beating the game through the Black Omen, which requires fighting all the Zeal bosses and the shell.
Yeah, it's pretty much you're doing pretty much everything there is to do in the game in one playthrough, basically, because then you don't need to do New Game Plus in any way.
If you want a more complete 100%, there's always all endings.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, who's crazy enough to run that?
Yeah.
No one I know. Cough, cough. Okay, there's some pretty cool tech in all endings.
Yeah. Since Red Slash actually did a route for it.
Yeah. When is red new % encore run? Oh god. Don't tempt me, Alistair.
So what I really want to see in this battle is for Ayla to get crits, because if Ayla gets 2 criticals against Nizbel, then that guarantees a 2-cycle.
Yeah, so both Ayla and Robo are berserked in this battle, so they'll just keep attacking. Chrono, he has to cast lightning on the boss first to lower his defense. And then he gets 2 turns before he has to cast lightning again.
Yeah, so after 2 attacks, you just kind of wait for him to use his electricity, and then immediately use lightning so that your berserk party members don't hit him while his defense is back up.
Yeah, and he can attack you while in between phases if you don't immediately lower his defense again, too. I like to refer to this as overclocking Robo.
Yeah, my computer only turns red when I'm trying to watch like 6 streams at once.
Still no Ayla crits though. I think I'm just gonna heal.
Yeah, probably take it safe.
Ayla's quite a bit stronger than Robo at this point because you don't have the best possible current weapon for
And Ayla's
Robo.
level is higher too, just because characters join at a fixed level in this game.
Yeah.
So if I'd have gotten my, I mean at least 1 Ayla crit to go with those Chrono ones, I would have had Robo, or I would have just held X here instead of healing again. But just even, I mean, I probably could have after seeing. Okay, well he's definitely dead now, but
Oh, now
Nice.
can never be too safe in a marathon run.
too bad you didn't kill him with light.
Yeah, that was just incredible. That Essentia
What
actually
happened to me in 2
killed him
different
with a
runs?
lightning
my
spell
goodness.
once that did like 8 damage.
That's hilarious.
Yeah.
Yeah, Nizbel's not worth that many tech points, like 10 or something, so Robo being dead's not really a huge issue.
And there's a quick text skip you can do after this cutscene, and there's 2 different ways to do it. Like the way I did it there was just to walk in a zigzag pattern while I'm leaving,
Yeah,
but you can
what I
also
do is-
just walk up and talk to her and then leave while her text box that doesn't freeze you in place is on the screen.
Yeah, that's what I do, because for some reason I have trouble doing the little skip going to the
No.
side. So I just go up and talk to her and then run away while she's talking.
Yeah. So coming back up through this mountain, you have to encounter those enemies at some point. So instead of running into the kill walls, you just run into the top side of the runners. If you run into the bottom side, you encounter the runners and the bottom kill walls, but if you run into them from the top side, you trigger the top kill walls instead.
I like how
So
you can just step on their tails too, because the hitbox is the body of the dinosaur.
Yeah. I remember going around the left side, but that was pretty cool going around just the right side there.
I still always go around the left because I'm just so used to it.
Yeah, movement in this game is X and Y independent, so running diagonally doesn't slow down your X or Y movement. So it probably doesn't matter that much. But
Yeah, just
If that
because
makes
movement
sense.
in this game is pixel based instead of tile based like Final Fantasy games, there's a lot of time you can
Yeah.
gain or lose over the course of a speed run just from how clean your movement is.
yeah, definitely.
Like I think that's
Where
definitely a
you-
big part of why Red Slash is the king of the glitched categories, just because he saves minutes on movement over the course
Yeah.
of his runs.
Yeah, it's crazy how much you can save.
And you can save time here by walking up against Melchior for some
Yeah,
reason.
it makes them read faster.
Yeah.
It does. It's like, you're like, hurry it up.
Yeah, like I always tell Essentia, like I'm sure when her kids do this to her, it gets her to respond faster.
Certainly wears down my patience faster.
But you probably make more mass memes.
Sadly, we can't get Melchior saying that he's out of town in this category.
I love that glitch.
That's a side effect you can do of a glitch that speeds up the Masamune Forge cutscene slightly. Oh, and if anyone's not too familiar with this game too and is wondering why there's going to be probably a fairly regular stream of Dragon Ball Z quotes and other references in chat, it's because the artwork for this game was done by Akira Toriyama, the artist for the Dragon Ball anime and manga series. It's one of the things that I think really just gives this game so much charm to just kind of how unique the artwork is compared to a lot of other RPGs of its time.
Yeah, it's so colorful too. Like a lot of games are.
Aww.
I got 2 for
No
3
bird
on the
skip.
bird skip at least.
Like compared to Final Fantasy VI, which is quite drab, intentionally of course. This game has really vibrant colors. It's a little bit more. I don't know what this.
More happy.
What I'm trying to get to. Yeah, more happy. There we go.
Yeah, the Toriyama artwork is really obvious if you play any of the remakes of this game, either on the PlayStation or the Nintendo DS too, because those have some anime FMVs added in to various cutscenes. My personal favorite is the Ocean Palace one, although the one where Frog draws the Masamune is really good too.
Oh, no,
One more chance.
Oh, come on.
Yeah, Chrono is literally Super Saiyan God. Goku. Just saying. Nah, chat's got my back on that one. All right, we got about 10 minutes of frog cutscenes coming up here. One is here, and then one is by the. It's 8. I can't remember how long it is, but it's long.
Well, this first one's just always
disappointing.
This always reminds me of my childhood disappointment that the Frog King isn't a secret boss or something.
Yeah.
That the only time you see the Frog King again is in the developer ending. And the second one is, of course, if you think you just kind of want to enjoy the moment instead of wondering why Frog doesn't use the attack he uses to split the mountain to just destroy Magus' castle or something.
Yeah. Yeah, they gave the Frog King like 6 or 7 different palettes, or not palettes, but
Frames
6
of
or 7 different
animation.
sprites. Yeah, but they don't give young Glenn more than he's just like a regular,
NPC.
yeah, NPC with no new animations other than kneeling, I guess.
Because I think like Fritz or whatever the guy that you can rescue from prison is uses the same sprite too.
Yeah.
If anyone's curious what that chest we skipped in Frog's house is, it's a magic scarf, which just isn't useful in this category, because +2 magic doesn't add enough damage to be worth putting on over something else like a speed belt.
Yeah, when you're fully manipulating all the battles, and you can count on every single point of damage. I think it gives you just enough.
It's used
types.
quite a bit in the glitched route.
But I spam now. 1 second.
Yeah, I believe there's an emote, a certain emote that needs to be spammed now.
Nice. Although that's probably a spoiler for the chat. They probably haven't seen the new yet.
Run valid.
Oh my goodness, that's the first time I've seen that Brosentia frog emote. That is good.
Oh no.
I didn't realize that was Brian's. Is that frog from something? Brosentia's frog?
Good question. It might be
He was
from
playing Chrono.
yeah, it might be
Trigger
from
before.
Chrono Trigger.
Chrono Trigger.
Which sadly is not eligible to be in SNES Superstars because it's actually for NES. But hey, maybe we could see it in Best of NES next year.
RPG Limit Break.
Gotta, yeah.
Yeah, I'll be disappointed if he doesn't at least attempt to route it.
I got a Tim emote also.
Alright, now we're getting to the good part of the cutscene.
Yeah, it all builds up to this. One of the many good reasons to play the DS version of this game.
Oh yeah, the anime version of this is really cool. It's a little weird though that you see the cutscene and then it comes back and does it again in the original version, but it's okay. I can respect not wanting to cut out anything from the game.
I'm okay seeing that cutscene twice in a row.
Yeah, seeing it from multiple angles in very Toriyama fashion. So after running away from this fight here, we get a not so subtle hint to take Frog to Specchio to learn his magic, but we're not actually going to do that just because we're only using Frog for Magus Castle and then pretty much never again.
The front
And he
did.
thinks that running away from the enemies and making them disappear is magic.
Well, it is. I mean,
I know it is. He's like, is that magic?
I mean, these monsters are guarding this cave, and we made them run away from us.
Can't remember if it's the front rat or the back rat that hits you for 19 on the right string.
Yeah, I used to remember that. I just know that that was a really, really finicky part of the game for keeping the RNG manip going.
It was just been going on for so long without a reset at this point.
Yeah,
It's just
basically since Denadoro.
yeah, and then this is like the big payoff with the Flea and slash fights.
Yeah, we don't have to worry about any of that.
We
just have to like actually
cross our
fight Flea
fingers.
and stuff, which is arguably worse.
I remember I used to kill off a member for Flea, but I didn't see that you did that last time. Just to avoid getting hit by the stair.
Yeah, there's kind of two different. There's kind of that philosophy, and then also just kind of letting Robo go to, or a Frog go to town, and the other characters just not do as much to avoid triggering counters.
Yeah.
I really love the atmosphere in this place too. You just have this kind of sustained minimalist music, and then there's extra echoing and reverb added to all the sound effects too.
So good. Really makes us feel like a turning point in the game, which I think a lot of modern games don't do very well anymore. Where they either have too many high-intensity moments or just kind of like very mellow throughout the entire game until the very end.
Now we finally learn X Strike, which is kind of meant to be one of the first combos you actually learn.
Now we can beat Yakra. This is a barrier or something?
Yeah, I'm fighting these to get the barrier and some tech points too. I've gone back and forth on whether to do this before or after the Flea fight, just because if you do it afterwards, you don't have to wait for the bat to fly away before the battle starts. But if I do it afterwards, then Frog will still have the Berserker on and will usually attack before I can get the slash off, and then because I'm coming into the room from the north side. I actually need to kind of pay careful about where I talk to the bottom ghost kid too, or else Chrono might not be lined up to hit all four of them with his slash.
Oh, that's interesting.
So if I go, so for this I just went in from the bottom, just because if you come in that way, you're already lined up for it.
Yeah.
Yep, I've learned that the hard way. When he doesn't get all four of them with slash, it's like, what?
Yeah.
So, Flea.
I still have my Flea mail selfie.
So yeah, the Flea mail selfie from
That's my
HDQ 3 years ago.
picture.
That was a really fun run.
She can... Sorry. He can do a bunch of, like, status effect type moves, and he has a really nasty counter where he controls Chrono for one attack, it's just an attack that hits everyone, but it shows Chrono attacking Frog and the other member of your party, and it does a decent amount of damage, and it's pretty dangerous.
Like 80 or so.
Yeah.
So I'm just basically letting Frog go to town and then just healing as needed. Oops, actually he's blinded.
Yeah, he is.
Blind actually does something in this game.
Yes. Main reason for this is both to reduce counters and also to maximize my odds of just getting a stun lock on Flea, basically, because Flea's AI can react very strangely to having Frog with the Berserker. And sometimes...
Yeah, like you see here, Flea isn't doing anything, so we've got the stun lock. Well, not anymore.
Yeah.
Yeah, it eventually stops. But...
The glitched runs abuse this profusely.
Yeah, because you can, if you RNG manip, you can basically get it to last for basically the whole fight. Thanks for doing that on Frog, who's immune to it because of being Berserk.
Yeah. Yeah, some status effects can overlap in this game, but not all of them. If you're Berserked, I think you're immune to Chaos and... well, I think that's it.
Yeah, most other stat like Sleep and Blind and Poison still work.
Yeah.
None of those really matter as much as Chaos does, though. So.
Yeah.
So I'm getting a couple decent stun locks here.
Yeah, pretty good fight so
Not a
far.
bad fight.
Yeah, that was good actually.
Yeah,
Oh,
that
wow.
was really good.
That's quite good. The reward for beating Flea is a magic tab, so I'm guessing you're just going to skip that, yeah. But the reward for Slash coming up is much, much better.
Yes, much better.
Yeah, Chaos is a nasty status effect in this game. It cancels whatever move you're doing currently if you have something queued.
Yeah, if you have a
And
full
then-
ATB bar, then even when you get unchaosed, it'll still reset it.
Yeah. And then you start attacking your own party members, a la Charm in most games. But the developers of this game really knew that this was such a painful status effect because all the endgame bosses seem to use it. And it's very hard to get through without...
Yeah, and it's pretty late in the game that you get any kind of immunity to it, too.
Yeah. Immunity to Chaos is like one of the main benefits of doing some of the side quests at the end of the game.
Like that's the whole that's the whole threat that the Megamutant poses, and why they put it in as kind of a gatekeeper for going into the Black Omen. Because if you're not prepared, you get chaosed and then you die.
Yeah. You have to be able to tank the hit and not get chaosed, and then you can try to attempt the rest of the Black Omen.
So you have to fight both Flea and Slash in order to actually get into the main part of Magus's castle. It doesn't matter what order you do them in. I mean, in the glitched route, you do Flea first just because of the manipulating the stun lock. I don't know if it really matters that much in this category, but getting rid of Flea means we don't have to watch the bat fly away. What was that?
There's the save point after Slash, so you can kill
okay.
all the...
If you do him last, yeah.
Yeah.
And I guess you wouldn't really... Having the Slasher wouldn't really matter that much for Flea, too.
If you have some strategy that has Chrono attack, it might be pretty good, but the way you did it there, yeah, it wouldn't matter so much.
It also amuses me that Slash actually has more health than Magus does, if you combine his two phases.
Yeah. His first phase is not that dangerous. You can only use single target attacks other than his defeated attack.
Yeah, for this first form, the strategy is to just hold X.
Yeah,
Almost
and
like
if people
the
are just tuning in, holding X, if you have the memory cursor enabled, will cause your characters to automatically queue a physical attack when their menu appears.
Which is actually pretty important in this game because getting your commands in on the first frame lets you get in a lot more attacks on high battle speeds than you would otherwise.
Okay, so here's where it gets more dangerous. So Chrono's role basically is to heal now.
Because he's got the weakest weapon of this bunch.
Yeah, Slash has a lot of nasty multiple hitting attacks. Well,
Yes.
it is one, but in this category, you don't have the immunity from light attacks as you do in Glitched, so it actually does quite a bit of damage. And you can't predict what he's going to do either, because of no RNG manip.
Yeah, so I have
once
to be
he
pretty
starts using-
proactive with my healing.
Yeah,
Yes.
especially once he starts using the jump slashes.
Yeah, once he's got, I think it's under 600 health left, he starts getting massively more aggressive. And also counterattacking basically everything I do.
Yes, indeed, you're right.
Yes, indeed.
Such an interesting choice for how they translated that too, because I think in the DS version it just says like attack, attack, attack for both this and for Heckran.
Chrono's in desperate need of a weapon upgrade here, so he does the least amount of damage out of the three. Frog with Berserker and the newly acquired Mass Moon is the most updated in terms of equipment, so he does quite a bit of damage compared to the other two. If only you could have Ayla for this fight.
If only.
Berserk Ayla. Yeah.
Should be getting close now.
Yeah, he'll start counterattacking pretty soon.
I haven't really gotten a lot of frog crits in this fight, though. That's the main thing that speeds it up.
Yes, indeed.
Ugh. He's just stuck in that corner, too.
He's really he's like a pinball machine in that between frog and that lamp.
Yeah.
I think this hit should do it.
Yeah, it should be almost dead.
Alright, not a very
Excellent.
fast slash fight, but it mostly just comes down to how many multi-target slash hits he gives, and then how many criticals Frog gets.
Yeah, you want to try and do that fight with as few mid-tonics as possible, but you definitely have enough to sustain through the whole fight, no matter what. Well, I mean, you bought 70, so hopefully,
Yeah, I mean, I've never come
hopefully,
close
yeah.
to running out of mid-tonics.
So the next big leg of Magus' Castle is mostly just about either running away from or avoiding battles.
Yeah, being out of practice in Magus' Castle or when you're learning it is quite the ordeal, because there's a lot of stuff you gotta know about this place. Like what battles you need to run away from, when you're supposed to do your equipment, and just all the enemy dodges, especially on the stair sections, are tricky to learn.
And then the room with the trap doors too.
Yeah, I hate that place. If you
Yes.
hit a trap door, it's like minus 2 minutes or something stupid. Or plus 2 minutes. Ozzie's in a jam.
Strawberry jam?
I like strawberry jam.
Mayonnaise jam. Getting hit by a guillotine there is more annoying than anything else. You probably should heal up if you get hit by one, but it doesn't waste too much time other than that.
Yeah, it just creates a little bit of risk for the jugglers fight if you get hit by the guillotines too much.
Yeah.
This is where you want to make sure you're playing on a decently high contrast TV so you can actually see what you're doing in that room.
Yeah. In my PV, I actually fell in one of those. Lost a couple minutes.
It's the worst.
Yeah, just because my TV was too dark and I couldn't see the pattern on the floor.
Yeah. So you notice he's bypassing the roly-polies by just kind of waiting. You can't trigger the fight unless you're moving. And for the outlaws, They kind of move towards you, and if they bump into one of your other party members, they kind of just like go off screen, and you can get past them.
That's one of my favorite tricks.
Yes.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, along with the fight on the Blackbird, where well, you'll see that later.
Oh yes.
I love that fight.
Fun fact: the groupies are like super duper weak to fire, so you can hit them for 9,199 with a frog tip.
Yeah, the fact that I'm doing over 500 just with Chrono's Slash, which is very, very bad, or very, very low power in Glitchless, shows how weak their magic defense
they like take
is.
4 times damage from magic or something like that.
For whatever reason, there's 3 fights in this room, and the first and the third are unrunnable, but the second one is not.
Yeah, those guys are sleeping. Yeah, there's a challenge at the if you get the developer ending where someone's like, have you done the 9999 strike? And I thought that's what they meant was frog wearing a groupie, but I think they're talking about the iron fist or whatever.
The bronze fist.
When
I
she
like how
crits
in the
that level-
DS version they lowered the level requirements for those to ones that you'd ever actually see in a casual playthrough.
I don't know about your casual playthroughs, but
So yeah, if I'd have gotten hit by the guillotine blades, then that probably would have killed Frog. The fact that he got hit twice by the jugglers, but since I didn't get hit, he's fine.
It does quite a bit of damage.
Jugglers basically they alternate between high magic defense and high physical defense depending on what you hit them with. So that's why I did laser spin to get all of them to have lower physical defense and then X strike to kill them. If that mechanic wasn't there, I probably would have had Robo do more stuff, but that's the optimal strat. So for this room, I just need to avoid stepping in front of the statues to avoid fights. And then I need to leave the room with Chrono not facing up in order to avoid that one.
Yeah, if you are facing up, you sometimes get through the door anyways, but it's not guaranteed. If you are running to the left or to the right, it's guaranteed to get through. I'll just say it took way too long to figure that out. The Ozzie joke battles continue.
It's not a joke if you actually attack his body, though.
I found
just make
that
sure
out.
you don't have the berserker equipped.
I found that out the hard way.
Yeah, your poor SGDQ bonus stream Chrono Trigger run.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking. Well, I guess we're doing Magus Castle again.
Yes. No, or I guess we're doing Mega Man X now.
Yeah. No one seemed to mind.
Alright, now it's time for the main event, which I'm sure all 2,800 people in chat are here for.
The 6-bat fight. Let's go.
Oh, so you turn down the battle speed for this?
Yeah, I do this on battle speed too.
Okay.
It's part of my setup for going for 2-cycle, along with fighting these bats here to learn Fire Sword.
You missed one?
Yeah, that happens sometimes, but then a frog just finishes it.
Yeah.
So between the shadows I fought to get the barrier, and then those enemies, that's enough extra tech points for Chrono to get spin cut, and then I also get Fire Sword, which hurts Magus a lot, especially when he has fire weakness, but also in his second phase. So this is what I right now consider to be the most difficult boss in the run. Because when you're not manipulating the RNG, there's just a lot of random elements you need to react to in this fight and make good decisions.
And then without the unequipped glitch, you don't have the elemental defenses either.
So in an ideal fight, I beat him before he does Dark Matter a second time, but if I'm not feeling confident, I'm going to heal again, just because it's a marathon.
Yeah, this is one of the biggest time differences between a glitch run and a non-glitch run. For the manipulation for this guy, saves a ton of time.
Yeah, so like he can just do water here. And
water is the worst thing he can do in his first phase too, because it's not an element I can exploit his weakness to, and it hits all 3 characters.
Yeah.
And the other weakness we can't exploit is Shadow, but his attack only hits 1 person.
You can hit him for shadow damage if you bring Robo, because his lasers do shadow damage.
Well, actually, you can't do antipode here.
Yeah, you can't do antipode, but and yeah, some reps do use Robo, especially the manipulated one, because there's some cheap things you can do. But Frog doesn't have water attacks because we haven't gone back to the end of time with him. So he just has the Berserker on. Yeah, just letting the Magus theme play is probably good for this fight.
I'm trying to keep at tabs on how many times I've actually hit him too, because there's some setup I need to do when I'm about to push him into his second phase. Which is not going to be anytime soon at this pace.
Yeah.
All these water and shadow cycles.
So I'll just explain about Frog here. Magus will change his elemental weakness after Frog hits him twice, or if you hit him with the element that he's weak to. But then, when he does have an elemental weakness, you want to let Frog attack him first, because it will lower his magic defense, and then your spell will do more damage.
Basically doubles the damage your next hit does of that element.
Mm-hmm.
Almost everything he does is a counterattack too. Like in his first phase, all he does is alternate between Geyser and a Scythe attack. Hit him twice with lightning. Three times. There's a fire.
Ugh, I made the mistake of reading chat.
that was a bad idea. Okay, I still lost. I wasn't sure I'd be able to go before Frog. I forgot that I'd already hit him there.
Yeah, because if Frog would have attacked before you Fire Sword, he would have changed. You have to keep track of how many times Frog has attacked him.
Yeah, definitely getting Fire Sword is worth it.
It seems to me, though, that he doesn't do fire nearly as often as lightning.
That's a big payoff for it there, too, if I push him into his next phase when he's still weak to fire, get that really big hit on him.
Yeah. It's kind of one of the strats for fighting the Lavos Shell back in the day. Getting some Fire Swords off when Lavos changes forms to do a pretty big decent hit of damage with the Swallow.
And then Frog got a barrier there, which will make it so he can actually survive Dark Matter. And as you see there, Chrono just barely survives Dark Matter.
Any crits at this point are very welcome.
It's looking pretty good for 2-cycle.
Yeah, it's been going well.
Gonna go for the no heal.
Yeah, he's almost done. Alright, got him.
Nice.
Start of phase 1 was kind of rough because he did a lot of ice and shadow, but it picked up after that.
Yeah, you got a couple fires in a row.
I didn't pay attention to when I started, but with these strats, a pretty good Magus fight would be around 7 minutes, preferably less.
Yeah, a manipulated Magus fight is probably around 4 minutes, 4 or 5.
Yeah, it's a very, very, very different fight, too.
Yeah.
Both phases. Just because using glitches means that your magic attacks actually do, like, probably about double the damage to him. Using the unequipped glitch means that his spells, except for Fire 2, do pretty much nothing to you. And then the second phase is just about spamming Slash and either Slurp Cut or Masamune physicals.
Hey, apparently you're minus 0.9 seconds on your
Nice.
PB.
I've got to leave for a minute. I can hear some kids who need some help. So,
Not a problem.
yep, I'll be back in a bit.
Sounds good.
Talk to you soon.
So after that cutscene where Dream Marley gets acquainted, is learning her vowels, starting with O. We basically have some more cutscenes before we start heading for the Tyrano Lair.
Oh, and we get to see the ever-evasive Nibiru village cutscene or whatever it is.
Yeah, which is actually quite a bit shorter than I remember, too.
Yeah, I remember
Both that and the Kino cutscene before Nizbel, I was just kind of thinking, when I was starting to learn Glitchless. Like, you know what, these aren't really that long.
No, they're not. I know the village cutscene is faster to trigger than it is to try a second time doing the fade out. I think Kino is too. That one's really quick.
But yeah, my PB at this category isn't really that good with for the route I'm using, so
yeah.
If I stay kind of on pace with it, actually getting a PB in this run is a possibility.
A lot of blockades ahead, though.
Yes, very much so.
You know, they say their village is burnt down, but there's no, like, wood anywhere. It's just a bunch of open ground.
So this fight here looks like you should be able to avoid it by just running around the ape, but you actually can't. You'll just get... So I just bump into the rock enemy there to get it over with.
There are some nice skips here, though.
Well, nice. Hard, but...
Yeah. One's skips that don't look like they
are satisfying to get in a run, though. Because of how hard they are. They're both pixel perfect, and don't have really,
one after another.
They don't really have good setups either. Okay, you got the first one.
Nice. Okay, one. That one's the coolest. Just like slide right behind the rock.
Yes. I was one pixel too far to the left there.
Yeah.
This one I find easier, but lately I've been failing it more than the first one in my actual runs. There's a kind of a shadowy patch of grass and there's a corner of it that I try to use to line up Chrono's foot with, but it's still kind of hard to even recognize if I've got the positioning or not. I know Essentia uses a different setup where she does it kind of the same way as I did the first one, where she walks up and into the corner, then back down, and then tries to adjust from there.
Yeah, I do it the same way as you. A little less setup time, but a little trickier to figure it out.
I got the first frame, so I didn't even see the party select screen there, because I just wanted Luca as the default option.
So we start off Tyrano Lair with 3 unavoidable but escapable battles with Reptites. I don't know if you're using any of these for JP.
I am not. The math works out that the volcano one is the fight for me.
Yeah, you got some extra ones in Magus Castle too. Get it with the bats to push yourself a little farther ahead too.
Yeah, although the short grinding segment I do here is specifically for Ayla to learn Cat Attack.
Yeah.
So that'll be coming up after I get to the mini boss. So remember, yeah, you may remember much earlier in the run I said that incompetent prisons are a recurring theme in the world of Chrono Trigger. This is no exception because we go to a prison where the guards run away from us. So once we're past this section and get back up, I mean, most of the remaining battles in the Tyrano Lair are unrunnable, so it's very important that I avoid them. Some of them are
they're unrunnable
than others. Like for this one outside, I basically just need to hesitate a little bit and then just run past the reptite. This one, there's a teleporter maze that I can just actually just completely avoid by running diagonally like that.
That outside section it looks very strange. If you haven't seen it before, but every little movement there lets you bypass different enemies on the screen because there's a lot of triggers that aren't really that obvious.
Alright, so this is the longest grinding segment in the game, and by longest I mean 7 battles. It's really not that long. Because in order to the next boss, I need to fight Nizbel 2, who is another boss that you would normally skip in a non-glitchless run. The only really way to kill him fast and safely is with a strong lightning elemental attack, and the best one I can get is at this point is Volt Bite, which requires Ayla to have Cat Attack. So I need to fight this battle here for 18 tech points a pop until Ayla gets Cat Attack, which I believe takes 7 battles. This is also why any percent glitchless isn't a terribly popular category too, because for an any percent glitchless run, we would be here for about 35 minutes.
Back in my day.
Yeah, because this is by far the most efficient place to grind before you have access to the time machine. And you would need to grind here to get enough levels and techs to actually be able to fight the final bosses.
Yeah, this is the reason that the development of this run was stunted for so long back in 2010 through 12 or so. No one wanted to play any percent because you just had to grind dinosaurs for half an hour if you wanted to win a run.
Yeah, and then after this, the final battles I'm sure were pretty horrendously unsafe too.
Oh, they were awful.
Hey guys, I'm back.
Hello.
Welcome.
I mean, when you're
here
relying
just
on
time for
time,
grinding. I think I've got 3.
Came back for the exciting part.
Yes, I think I've got 3 left. It is actually possible to get through that door without triggering this fight too, although it's very very precise.
I did it once on accident.
Yeah, because you have to basically kind of bonk into the corner of the door and then get pushed into the zone transition.
Yeah, there's a setup for it that some people know.
Even the glitched run still fights this battle as part of just needing a few extra tech points to get skills for Black Tyrano.
Yeah, the problem is you don't have Ayla for very long before this, so and there's no real easy way to get tech points in the reptite layer earlier, and she doesn't get any good attacks with her first couple of techniques, or well, with her first one at least. And attacks don't cut it on this next boss, so.
Yeah, because every time you physically attack Nizbel 2, his defense increases. And if you use lightning attacks on him, that lowers his defense. But after you do it 3 times, he'll electrocute you, and there just isn't really a way to beat him in anything resembling a fast manner without Volt Bite. Because Volt Bite is it's a tech that's solely based on Ayla's stats, so So just because Ayla's kind of at a naturally good level right now, and I gave her the Power Scarf, which is +6 strength, that just gives me the right amount of damage output in order to kill him in 7 hits.
Yeah. Yeah, we were saying before, one power tab doesn't really make a difference, but when you have extended fights and you get up to about six extra power points, you know, you're getting somewhere at that point.
So here I turn the battle speed down to 2. That's just to make this battle a little safer, because after he does his second electrocution attack, Luca's going to be dead. And so you have to get the last Volt Bite off before he does his next attack, or it could get really dangerous. So battle speed 2 just makes it much more likely that you'll be able to get your last hit off in time.
And then every time I hit him with Volt Bite, it's not only doing a lot of damage, but also lowering his defense. That the next hit does an extra 200. But after 3 hits, he then reverts back to normal, and then also electrocutes me.
Yeah, fortunately, the Volt Bite counts as an electric attack rather than a physical one.
I tried for a while to figure out a strat that would skip needing to go through this full party healing turn, but I couldn't find one that was consistent regardless of whatever he did to me. Mm-hmm. So I just have to take a turn to heal basically before going back at it. I'm just having Luca be my healer right now, just to make sure both Chrono and Ayla can survive another electrocution. Because after that it will take one more Volt Bite to finish him, but I need to make sure I can survive that long.
Uh-oh.
Yeah, that could have been bad.
Yeah, well, I mean, if I have over 100, that's not going to kill me, but
I know,
it
but
does
if he'd
make
done
it
a
scary.
different attack, if he'd done just a single attack, you might have
yeah.
killed
I mean,
one
if
of
you're
them.
really spot on with your inputs for the Volt Bites, then you can kill him before he gets another attack after the second electrocution.
Yeah, so a benefit of grinding up to Volt Bite here too is you get to use it against the Tyrano, which is slightly better than using Flame Kick and Slash, and Flame Kick and Spin Cut. Both strats do kill the Tyrano around the oh crap moment, so oh no. Oh, quick reset there.
Yeah, that's why you save to save there.
Yeah. Fighting one Megasaur is not so bad, but
you get 2 unrunnable battles back to back if you fail that dodge.
Yeah. You fight one Megasaurs or Gigasaurs?
Yeah,
whatever they are.
I have a pretty consistent visual cue for skipping that, but I just missed it. Basically, I just use a certain brick on the floor basically to line up Chrono's feet with, and because it's just kind of a weird position you need to have, because you're not hugging the side of the bridge. You're kind of slightly off center. Let's see, did heal right before saving? Okay.
Yeah, I think you have a 2 or 3 pixels worth of leeway on that one too. But it's
not
very annoying.
pixel perfect, but
Yeah.
close.
It's very annoying to get into a fight there though.
And the weird thing is, it's not against a wall or anything. If you're too far to the left or too far to the right, then you get into the battle.
Yeah, it makes it a little harder to line up.
Alright, so who's ready for 6 minutes of boss battle 2?
I am.
I don't think Azala is.
No, she's already sleeping.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, for whatever reason, if I put Azala to sleep, she does not wake up unless I attack her. And without using glitches, I don't really have a fast way to do 2700 damage to Azala. So, but if I actually just wait long enough, the Tyrano eventually naturally lowers its defense.
Yeah, and when you're fighting on a fast battle speed and not doing any actions yourself, he attacks quite quickly and gets into that phase decently fast.
You'd think with all this roaring and stuff that Azala would wake up.
Yeah, she's a pretty heavy sleeper, apparently.
The thing she's riding is getting hit by bombs and
Lightning
getting
striking.
electrocuted. Brings a new definition to power nap.
Yeah, the Super Nintendo version is pretty ambiguous about it, but in the DS version, Azala is referred to as she, the Queen of the Reptiles.
I mean, she has a name that ends in A, so she must be female.
Yeah, the Tyrano has 10,500 HP, which is just so much more than anything else I've fought before this, so yeah, this is a pretty long fight. It's very consistent, though.
For reference, Magus has 6,666. Although dealing damage to the Tyrano is a little bit more consistent.
I mean, as repetitive as this is, I can't really fall asleep just because I'm doing this on Battle Speed 1, just because of how long this is, and if I just take too long getting into my item and tech menus and miss a cycle, then it could get pretty bad afterwards. And by bad, I mean I die when I have 1 hit left and lose 6 minutes.
So here we're not going to bother healing anyone. Because the Black Tyrano will eat them and absorb their HP. And so the more HP they have, the more it can absorb. So might as well not bother healing. They'll die anyway.
Plus, I want to keep my HP low coming out of this for the next fight too. We'll get into that when we get there, though.
Yeah.
No spoilers.
You think if Luca had so many bombs, she could just throw them all at once.
Yeah. Throw like a bandolier of napalm bombs at it. Alright, 2 more volt bites and we should be done.
I still always feel nervous at the end.
Oh
of this
yeah.
battle.
Every single time.
Yep.
Please die.
I mean, I've tried to learn to recognize how much MP I should end the fight with, just to give myself a little more confidence, but it's still so scary. There we go.
And we're good.
Yeah.
We're also rapidly approaching the point where the routes for any percent and 100%, whether normal or glitchless, diverge to.
Yeah, even glitchless 100, or sorry, glitchless 90% would follow the same basic path of getting through the first part of Zeal and then getting the pendant and going to levels from there, pretty much.
Looks like I'm 25 seconds behind my PB too.
Yeah, the reset on the Gigasaur there.
Yeah, I mean that could, yeah, I mean that was not a terribly big time loss, but it was a loss. But we're coming up onto probably the most ridiculous part of my PB as far as the luck I got between the Mud Imp fight and the Rubbles. So
Oh yeah.
even
Mud Imp.
when I'm running against my PB splits, it's pretty common for me to lose 2 minutes here, even with average luck on Mount Woe.
Yeah, Mud Imp is one of the harder bosses to skip in a glitched run, but it's
very worth it.
it's worth it.
Yes.
It's definitely worth it.
And you will see why when we fight him.
Mm-hmm. And now we find out that our characters have met a horrible fate and been transformed into Dippin' Dots. Who express emotion by jumping.
Of course, it's Ayla who jumps.
Yep.
And now the other thing that people are here for besides Magus is fight and music, Corridors of Time. I think the longest time we actually get to hear it in this run, though, is before the Blackbird. I also, whenever I do this part of the run, I always feel bad for people that live in Hassa and have to commute to Zeal Palace to go to work, too, and then having to walk through this cold, frozen
Maybe that's what the Blackbird is for.
wasteland.
Maybe the Blackbird was originally a bus.
I do distinctly remember playing this as a kid, and then like whenever I'd go to the last refuge with the time machine, I'd have a hard time actually leaving because of wanting to keep listening to the music.
Yeah.
This is my favorite music here.
Mm-hmm.
Shaw's thing.
And there's the purple kitty.
Mm-hmm. So everybody say hi to Alphador.
I was this close to convincing Ram that we could name our cat Alphador.
And dye his or her fur purple.
Yeah. Unfortunately, his fur is bright orange, so it didn't quite work.
I'm sure my girls would like to dye our cat purple.
I'm sure your cat would not like that.
Yeah. Oh, I have seen what that cat has to put up with, and I feel a lot of sympathy.
Oh yeah, she still puts up with a whole lot.
Do you still have a plushie Alphador in the Fluffy Brigade, though?
Yes, but he's got a hole in his back.
Oh no.
Even there's a healing tile in this room, by the way, that I'm intentionally avoiding for a reason you'll see very soon.
There's a lot of neat missable stuff you can do in Zeal too. Casually, I remember way back in the day we used to fight the group of 6 noobs to get 90 tech points because it was slightly faster than fighting two or three groups of dinosaurs. And there's lots of tabs all over the place.
Mm-hmm. There's secret rooms that have stuff in them, like 2 or 3 tabs. I know is one of them. There's like that elemental book puzzle.
You can also, this early in the game, tell the plant lady to plant the seed.
Yeah, if this were some kind of any percent category, I'd be doing that now. But for 100%, we wait until we come back here. I just died, by the way.
Damn it.
Oh, game over.
Anyway, that's intentional, because the game continues even if you die to the Golem, and it's much, much faster to do so than to actually fight it. Sadly, that's not the case the next time we have to fight the Golem.
Oh, yeah.
There was a little bit of tech in that battle, though. Speed tech. Just so that you can die faster.
Yeah, because if I just sit there and do nothing, it alternates between Iron Orb, which halves your current HP, and a nasty fireball attack. But the Golem changes its element based on what I use on it. So using Chrono's Slash, which is light element, it'll make its next action be a party lightning attack, which both has a fast animation and kills me in one hit if I didn't heal after the Tyrano.
Yeah. I remember using fire for that, but I think it's pretty close to the same. Either way.
Well, when you're using glitches, you have to use fire because of the unequipped glitch. Otherwise, the lightning won't kill you, I think.
Yeah.
No, that's decent. That's interesting.
Yeah, for this I do Slash just because Chrono gets his turn for his Slash as a fast animation, and well, that's it basically.
Yeah, well, the fire attack is quite quick too, but the lightning attack's not very. It's pretty fast as well. Like I said, it's probably about the same either way. same number of animations at least.
All endings, well, it takes forever or about 8 hours if you're Red Slash.
Yeah.
It has a very interesting route actually, even though it started as kind of a meme category, just because like it makes use of a glitch that's not otherwise useful in speedrunning that lets you basically go kind of revert the story advancement back to the first visit to the future, and then that lets you get endings earlier than you otherwise would be able to.
Yeah, you basically re-trigger the R series fight way back in the day, and doing that, you still keep the epoch or the epoch, and you can whatever you want to call it. I hate pronunciations.
The time machine.
The time machine, and then you can run around the world and get all the endings with your super powered up characters.
You could just call it the Sylvard, which is its Japanese name.
Tupac.
TARDIS.
Yes.
Yeah, that helps too.
I do like how they removed the unavoidable fight trigger from the canyon there for this trip too.
Yeah.
So now that we have the powered up pendant, we now have access to open the black chests and doors that were tantalizing us throughout the game so far. The only one that's really worth the trip right now is this one here, where we get to choose between a Swallow, which is a really, really overpowered sword for this point in the game for Chrono that also gives him +3 speed, or a Safe Helm, which actually is the better choice in a casual playthrough, just because the Swallow eventually gets outclassed by better weapons, but the Safe Helm is good for the rest of the game. But for the speedrun, we want the Swallow, just because it gives Chrono a pretty significant damage boost for the next leg of the run. It makes beating the next major boss possible at all, basically, at this level.
Yeah, the Safe Helm is good, and it's got a unique effect of having the protect spell on your character at all times. But it competes for a pretty competitive spot on your armor list, which is the helmet. There's lots of really good helmets in the game.
Yeah, 'cause helmets are a really good way to get status immunities.
Yeah, there's ways to get status immunities on your accessory, but it's really bad. And your armor, but they're pretty rare. I think the Nova armor protects against status, but there's only...
Yeah, like maybe 2 of those in the game, I want to say.
Yeah. I want to say 1, and you can charm one from Zeal or something crazy like that.
And there's the Haste Helm, too, which is just so busted.
Yeah. Haste Helms.
I forget, I want to say there's only 2 of them in this version, and you can get a 3rd one in DS. So I could do the Johnny race again to skip these fights here, but it ends up being faster to just walk and run from the 2 unavoidable mutant fights. At least if I'm going for real time. If I was trying to optimize for game time, I would do the race again because the timer pauses during that.
But
yeah, that's what I used to do when I first started running this, because we went by game time.
Yeah.
So I'd do the race again because it doesn't count on the game timer.
Yeah, a long time ago. A lot of runs were based on your last known game time plus whatever real time between your last menu and the final boss, or there's a lot of weird timing conventions that aren't really used anymore. Most people just do real time nowadays for most games.
Yeah, that's a rabbit hole we don't really need to go down for,
not really.
for this commentary too, because there's a lot of controversy for timing methods. So yeah, this dungeon is very easy at this point, just because the difficulty is scaled around you coming here your first visit to the future.
Yeah, there's some decent stuff down here if you actually go out of your way to go down here on your first visit. You get a Fury Band, which helps you, or lets you counterattack. Or not the Fury Band, it's the other
Rage
one.
Band.
Rage Band, yeah. You can get a Bolt Sword, which you can get another one in the factory as well, but it's a decent weapon for Chrono. If you go all the way up to Death Peak, you can pick up a Power Tab on the peak as well.
I'm a particular fan of using the Rage Band to actually counterattack the Black Tyrano when it roars, because that counts as an attack.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I just avoided a cutscene by just walking at a diagonal through that door. And now we have an extremely difficult and climactic boss fight here that he kind of didn't heal before.
Fighting him at 1 HP.
Nice. I did a party change to bring in Marley so that I'd learn Ice Sword off of this, which I'll be using for the next fights.
Is 100% safe to fight this guy at level 1, even if he gets an attack in before you, because his first attack just drops one of your character's HP down to 1.
And if you have 1 HP, it does 0.
Yeah,
despite having this pretty intimidating looking animation.
You fight palette swaps of that guy in the desert, and they're much more dangerous.
Yeah.
Yes.
Hexapods.
I remember when I was a kid, when we went through the sewer the first time, I actually was more afraid of the little eyeball thing than crawling. Never actually had to fight it.
The reason I'm running around with 1 HP is just because there's no danger here, and I'm saving my shelter for the next time I hit a save point, just because I used some magic for the crawly fight, and I want to get full MP before going into the next dungeon. Shortening the epoch's name doesn't actually save time, so I don't do it. Now, if you pick the wrong destination here, you can actually get a music glitch where you can basically get the wrong time period's overworld music playing if you immediately get back into the time machine and warp again. Not even going to attempt kid skip there.
Yeah, you can run all the way to the right side of the kid and walk down the stairs before he gets there, but your movement pretty much has to be perfect. And, I mean, it doesn't really save that much time.
So these beast fights are unrunnable, but they're pretty easy. You basically just do Ice Sword and Napalm in order to kill them in 3 actions. For the first fight, I have to wait until they move close enough together that a Napalm hits both of them, which takes a while. I'll usually get both Ice Swords off before they do it.
You do 666 damage
To both of them
beast.
too. That's new. That's never happened before.
Is truly the number of the beast.
Oh wow.
Wow, I never thought, because that's actually a fairly common damage number I see in these fights, but I never thought of it that way until now. Second one, I can just napalm immediately because they start close together. And then after that, we get one of the most obnoxious bosses in the game. I mean, it's not hard, really, like Magus was, but it's just obnoxious because of the fact that he can put you to sleep or heal himself, and he's got the Mud Imp has super high defenses too. I mean, it's only got 1200 health, but the most damage I can do to it is a turn is about 200.
Have I mentioned I don't like this boss?
So because I got both beasts to sleep, I'm gonna use single target attacks on the Mud Imp so that I don't wake up the red beast.
Nice, that's like best case.
I am sacrificing a little bit of damage output this way instead of using Antipode and Lightning, but based on my testing, it ends up making the fight faster overall just because I'm not having to heal as much if the beast stays asleep.
Yeah, one thing I didn't actually know until watching this run was that if you kill the Mud Imp, the beast die immediately.
That was nice of him to wake her up. This is very unusual for him to still have not thrown a rock at the red beast to wake it up.
I know, yeah. I say the blue beast, once it's asleep, it will always stay asleep.
And that's the
But
one
the
we
red
want to stay
beast-
asleep too, because it counters if you attack, I think either the red beast or the Mud Imp, and the blue beast is awake.
Oh yeah, he still hasn't woken up the red beast.
I mean, yeah, I kind of really, this fight is, I mean, even with, I mean, I have so many, like a couple, like 3 different strats basically for this fight that I just kind of switch between depending on what happens, and like if he does wake up the red beast, I try to stun lock it with provoke, and then also hope that it moves away from the Mud Imp so that I can antipode it without also hitting the beast.
Yeah, it's actually amazing how many bosses in this game you can inflict status ailments to. This game is made by Squaresoft after all.
Alright, Chrono's out of MP, so I'm just gonna start using Antipode instead. He
Good timing on
be
the
almost
rock.
done. He's healed a couple times, but I've gotten a lot of hits in. Okay, there we go. That was pretty good, actually.
Wow, that was
Wow,
really good.
yeah.
Alright, that was the first big part of randomness in this segment. Now we've got the next, which is these rubble battles here.
So apparently
Just
the
for
hardest thing to
marathon
hit in the
safety,
game-
I'm putting the Berserker onto Chrono just to improve my odds of killing them. Because if he gets a crit, it'll one-shot it. I need to kill 3 of these. In my route, I kill one of them with Luca and Robo, and then 2 with Luca and Ayla.
Why do you have Robo on one of them?
It's so that he learns Robo Tackle and Uzi Punch sooner, so then I can use Fire Tackle on Dalton Plus and Uzi Punch on Mother Brain and Atropos. Ah, bad luck.
Not looking good, yeah.
Yeah. These things are so random.
I mean, fortunately, there is one that respawns, but doing so isn't exactly fast. This is why I always lose time against my PB splits too, no matter how like good or bad my Mud Imp fight is, just because I hit all 3 Rubbles died pretty fast in my PB. Okay, Chrono got a critical.
Yeah, you'd think a big golden rock that doesn't move would be easy to hit, but...
Nope. But like a lot of my things I do with my RPG speedrun routing, this tech point route I discovered by accident because I kind of reverted back to glitched 100% muscle memory and put Robo into my party once for the first Rubble, and then noticed that he got Robo Tackle off of it, and then I did some more testing and found out that doing this doesn't actually really matter as far as getting Falcon hit before Giga Gaia, and then also results in me having Fire Tackle and Uzi Punch earlier in the route, which makes a little bit of a difference for a couple fights. So if I'd have... oops, actually I meant to put the Berserker back on here. If I'd have killed both of the first 2 Rubbles, I would have just skipped this, but because the first one ran away, I'm fighting this one too. Because there's 4 Rubbles that you naturally walk near.
Yeah, one interesting thing about learning a technique and tech points is when you learn a technique after a battle, you get the tech points again, or well, you effectively get double the tech points from that battle. So getting 100 tech points from a Rubble and learning something gives you 200 rather than 100. So these early Rubbles are really important because you learn a technique on pretty much everyone.
Yeah, and then before Giga Gaia, the next boss, I want to learn Falcon Hit, which requires Ayla to have Rock Throw, her next attack, and it takes 200 tech points worth of Rubble kills to get that.
Yeah.
And it is very, very well worth it too, just because kind of like how Volt Bite I was able to kind of abuse by pumping up Ayla's attack power for Falcon Hit. It's solely based on Chrono's stats and weapon power, so by giving him the Swallow and the Power Scarf, I'm able to really do pretty hefty amounts of damage quickly.
Mm-hmm. Plus Falcon has very fast animation and just looks awesome.
So I hope I kill this one, because this gives me everything I need, but if it runs away, I've got one more chance, because there's one more Rubble I just walked past on my way to Giga Gaia. Just need Chrono or Ayla to get one more hit. Okay, got him.
Oh, nice. Ayla working overtime.
Yeah, in a PB attempt, I wouldn't put the Berserker on unless I got really desperate, but it helps increase my odds, just because if Chrono gets a crit at all, it'll one-shot it, and it adds like about 100 damage, and they have 515 HP. So with no Berserker, it takes like 3 hits typically. Or 1 Chrono critical and another regular hit. And here's the other rebel, though because I've gotten 3 kills, I'm just avoiding it. Yeah, it's worth having Luca attack, mostly just because not having Luca attack would cost me other turns, basically, by non-berserk characters. Let's look at this shit.
Yeah, you wouldn't be able to just hold down X to input their attack commands as soon as possible if you didn't have Luca attack.
And if I didn't have Berserker, Luca hitting once would matter in some scenarios. Like if Chrono hit twice, it would have low enough health left that Luca would finish it if she hit.
So there is a little bit of a exploitation on the running away. Just seeing if you go into your menu and you're on wait mode, then your runaway gauge keeps filling, if you want to call it that. But the enemies can't move. So once you get all your characters into running animation, then canceling the menu, then you run away automatically. We got Trollface here.
Yeah, so Giga Gaia is a pretty nasty boss unless you do this, basically, because once you destroy its arms, it does nothing for a while and then eventually respawns them. But it respawns them with 1,000 HP instead of 2,000, so I can then just kill them again before they attack. And what would otherwise be a very, very nasty fight becomes one of the easiest in the game. Just get to admire that beautiful mug on the screen, basically, for a while.
And in between phases here, you have enough time to hit the head and then get your entire turn back up before the arms attack you again. Because if they do attack you again, you're very dead.
Because I didn't bother healing after the first hits.
I didn't notice, did you turn down the battle speed for this?
I did, yeah, I went to battle speed too.
Yeah, that's what I do too.
Yeah, the timing on the fight's not super tight, but getting all your hits in before the second regeneration does save quite a bit of time.
And it's pretty free if you are on battle speed too.
Yeah.
And I put the power scarf onto Chrono there too, just so that then I'm guaranteed to kill him without Luca needing to do anything too. Just because the Falcon hit damage formula is solely based on Chrono's stats, anything you do to boost his strength and attack power makes a sizable difference in how much damage each hit does.
Yeah, and Luca's napalm does very little damage in a regular glitchless run as well, because you're not leaning on the extra magic power you get for unequipping.
Yeah, so it looks like I lost about 2 minutes to my PB here, which is pretty much dead on what I was expecting after having a pretty good Mud Imp fight, but then having one Rubble run away and another one be a pretty slow kill. It's one part of the game where I very much prefer the glitched run because of both getting to skip Mud Imp completely and manipulate the Rubble kills to be consistent.
Mm-hmm.
little cameo by Shala's theme song before Dalton rudely interrupts it.
But not another Alphador cameo.
Aww. That's one of my favorite little Easter eggs too. Is that if you bring Magus, so yeah, spoilers, you get Magus to the last refuge, then Alphador wants to play with him.
I know he follows him around going meow.
Now we go from one of the more obnoxious dungeons, Mount Woe, to one of the cooler ones, the Ocean Palace.
Yeah, it's one of the best dungeons in the game. It's non-linear. You kind of just have to feel your way through it. The music's great.
The visuals are really cool. I like the kind of aesthetic too, where they don't interrupt the music for battles too, which really kind of makes it feel all the more kind of tense and ominous.
Yeah, I was just about to mention that too. I love when they do that in games. It's really cool, especially when it's against the norm for the game. It just makes it feel like the dungeon is more important, and it doesn't break the flow. And it's a very important dungeon plot-wise for some reasons.
No, nothing important happens there.
Yeah. Alright, so now that I need some healing, I'm going to actually touch the healing tile there, and then also talk to Plant Lady, as we officially call her here, to activate the Sunken Desert quest. If I didn't do it here, I would still have an opportunity to do so after the Blackbird sequence, basically, but it's much more efficient to do it here.
Yeah, there's a weird thing that happens with the Plant Lady, where if you don't clear her last text box before moving too far away from her, it doesn't count as having gotten.
Yeah, so it's important it's important to clear all the text boxes before leaving the screen. Especially if it's an any percent run, where if you don't actually activate the quest and then get killed by the golem and kicked out, then your run's over.
Yeah.
So kind of like with Zombor about, 2.5 hours ago or so, I'm abusing the fact that when you trigger a counterattack with a combo, the counter is single target, it will target whoever's menu you use to select the combo, in this case Chrono, because Dalton's main threat is that he counters everything you do with Iron Orb, and then does that burp as a final attack, so if you let him run down your HP, then he'll kill you with his final attack.
But Puwexil, what about Chrono's tech points? He needs tech points, doesn't he?
He'll be fine.
Yeah, an experience.
Yeah. I mean, he's the main character. I mean, he'll be fine. Oh, there's a Super 16 race now? I'm gonna have to check that out. That sounds cool.
Is that 16 games?
It's like the NES 20 race, I guess, only for SNES. Yeah. I've been kind of wanting to see something like that for a while. So I'm doing some kind of ducking in and out of side rooms in order to both hit switches I need to in order to advance in the Ocean Palace, but also just to avoid encounters too.
Oh, the list of games is awesome too. Oh.
There's some pretty cool encounter skips in this place too. Oh, too close there.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, if you get, I kind of got greedy there and tried to get under them with only stopping once.
Yeah, timing for that's pretty tight, and if you trigger even one of the enemies, it's the exact same. You just have to run away from the fight. There's this quote-unquote unavoidable fight here.
Yeah, in a non-glitchless run, you can actually both skip this encounter and then also the cutscene afterwards, because Masa does not spawn blocking the staircase until after this fight. There was a glitch run earlier in the marathon, actually, if you can watch the VOD for that too. That's a very, very different kind of run from what I'm doing. Like for starters, it was over about half an hour ago actually too. Because it glitched any percent's about a 3-hour run. Nice, really good fight there between getting the second Falcon hit off before the Barghest attacked, and then Chrono getting a critical. This is also a little where having the power scarf on Chrono for these fights guarantees that I kill the scouters. Because without that, there's a slight chance that I could do under 300 damage, and that's very bad if one of them survives when there's a scouter of each color alive, because then they do like a delta attack, counter attack.
Yeah, the damage is right on the edge of being able to kill and not being able to kill without it, so even if just one survives, they do some sort of attack that hurts everyone.
Okay, get the first one.
And then these skips here, I think, are pretty cool.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're neat.
Because the hitbox for that fight trigger kind of changes depending on what the enemy is doing exactly. So it's a lot more complicated than it looks as far as clipping around it.
Yeah. And you can't wait too long either, or else it'll just start to turn into a battle right away. Without any prompting.
Alright, I can do this fight on battle speed 1, but for marathon safety I'm going to do battle speed 2.
Yeah.
Because if I fall behind at all, it can fall apart pretty easily.
This fight is notorious for ending every single one of my all endings.
Yeah. The Diet of Golem twins bad ending is part of the category.
When you're this far into an 8-hour run or whatever, and you're suddenly 5 minutes behind, it's kind of hard to keep the motivation up.
Alright, so now I'm pretty much establishing a stun lock on the Golem twins as far as hitting them with the Falcon hit to do a bunch of damage, and then immediately casting Fire 2 to change them back from physical to Fire Element, which makes them use a single target fire attack instead of the Iron Orb.
Yeah, these guys are weak to sleep as well, but it's not very consistent in getting them to sleep, and if it doesn't work, it's very bad for you.
Yeah, very dangerous.
This is also one of the advantages of getting the Tab Invest earlier in the run too, is that it both makes Luca faster for this and also have fire resistance, which makes it pretty unlikely that I'll ever need to heal her again after the first turn. Even if she gets hit a bunch, which, well, one more hit and I really should heal though. Because I want her to have over 260 HP to guarantee surviving their final attacks.
Yeah, so in a casual playthrough, this is one of the easier fights in the game, as long as you have enough attacks, because you can just alternate elements over and over and over again with level 2 spells, and they'll never attack you.
Yeah, that's what I did in casual play, was just keep alternating between Fire 2 and Ice 2.
Yeah. But that costs a lot of MP and is pretty slow, because you know, you're only doing 300 damage a pop, whereas Falcon hit you can do over 1,000.
They really don't like Luca.
Yeah, it's rare for me to actually have to heal her again, but it can happen if they really go after her with the Tab Invest.
Yeah, and they always counter with this attack when you kill them. Which is why we need to keep Luca's HP high. She needs the tech points from this battle.
Yep. This gives
Chrono
7.
didn't die.
Yeah.
Yeah, they give 70, which is quite a bit.
So we've got one of the longer sections of cutscenes in the game, although some of them are pretty darn cool, even after many viewings.
Mm-hmm. This is where all the 1996 theory crafting and and fan theories and things came on the internet with what the heck happened at this point in the game.
And also, Lavos has a butterfly mouth.
Yeah.
My daughter pointed that out to me. When his mouth is open, it's in the shape of a butterfly.
Oh, really? I'm never going to unsee that. Let me see.
I can't unsee it. It was funny because I was playing and my daughter came in and was watching and she just started laughing while I was fighting Lavos. I'm like, what's so funny? She's like, he has a butterfly mouth. See there's the butterfly.
Oh, I see it now. Secretly the fourth evolution of Caterpie.
Suddenly we are short one protagonist.
Oh?
Where did all our vowels go? Why don't they just use a revive?
There's nothing to revive. Like, disintegrated.
Fair enough.
Yeah, like I said earlier, the anime version of that cutscene that's in the remakes of the game is my favorite of them. Just because right before Chrono gets blasted, he has a flashback back to Yanis saying,
Yes, yeah.
"One among you will shortly perish."
Except we never actually heard him say that.
Yeah.
In this run.
Yeah.
Yep. It's one of the longest cutscenes where you don't actually have to put any inputs in.
Yeah, it's a great place to go AFK if needed.
Yeah. I've grown to dislike the Blackbird coming up quite a bit, even though there's some pretty cool things in it. This just seems like such a low point between Ocean Palace, which is great, and the Faded Hour, which is also great.
Yeah, it's a dungeon that I think's definitely a lot more interesting in casual play than a speedrun.
Mm-hmm.
With having to sneak around and find all your stuff.
So spending all of
go ahead.
Spending all your money here because you're about to lose it and not get it back on the Blackbird, so you might as well get some items out of it.
So, most noteworthy thing I think for this point is that we brought Ayla here just because Ayla can fight without weapons, so that removes a lot of need to go anywhere other than straight to the end, basically.
So did they like steal Robo's arms then?
Yeah, apparently they did.
Yeah, he can't fight without his rocket fist. It's strange. The game, there is a way to take off your items outside the or your weapons outside of the Blackbird, but you're still able to attack. So it must be some different special flag that.
I love this battle too, just because Luca and Robo are not actually fighting because they don't have any weapons, but they still count as like impenetrable walls for the basher enemies there, so they can't actually get to Ayla.
That guy, he just keeps running into Luca. He can't reach
Can't
it.
get through. There's different chests for your your equipped weapons, but as long as you have weapons in your inventory that your characters can equip after grabbing that chest, they're active party members again.
And these turrets out here are kind of like rubbles, and that they're worth a lot of experience and tech points, but without using RNG manipulation, it's not really realistic to actually kill one of them before it explodes.
No,
they're actually much harder.
And they attack you too.
Yeah, they attack, they have more HP, and I think they run faster too.
Yeah. I think they have 800 instead of 515 like Rebels.
And you don't have Chrono, which is one of your main damage dealers against them.
What should I do on this boss, by the way? I'm trying to decide.
You should attack.
Did you forget what you're supposed to do?
What? Wait, what?
Did you get scared and not attack him?
Oh. All good.
Oh, okay.
It is possible to kill the Golem boss, but it's got way more health than you can really take down quickly in a speed run, so we just go to battle speed 1 and then wait for it to run away.
Oh man, we had a pun in the chat. Robo was disarmed.
Another perk of the Golem boss fight is that it counts as a victory, so I learned Fire Tackle off of that, which I can then use on Dalton Plus.
Yeah, when you're learning double text, if you've already learned the single text, but but the party members haven't been in the same party since then. Just your next victory will let you learn the double tech.
So Dalton Plus is a bit more dangerous than Dalton just because he actually attacks you, but his AI is pretty predictable. Main thing I just don't want him to see is him to kill Ayla.
This is the Mario 64 Bomb King fight where you have to toss him on top of the mountain, or else it doesn't count.
Toss him off.
Yeah, why Ayla just keeps picking him up and throwing him back into the cockpit instead of just checking him off is a little odd. And then, if I'm going to use any kind of elemental tech on him, I need to make sure it's the last hit, because if you use fire or ice on him, he'll counter with the opposite element. But for physical attacks, he just does Iron Orb, which is why I just used Rock Throw until he was low enough that Fire Tackle would finish him.
Yeah, that's really the most dangerous thing you can do is counterattack and elemental attack. Everything else he does is kind of manageable.
And this is where we find out that the controls for the time machine are a giant Super Nintendo controller.
Push the Y button.
Press the Y button.
No, the X button.
So as soon as I get out here, I'm popping into this shop here just to sell some stuff as part of setting up my shopping route for the Faded Hour. No, it's Kaiser. I sold a full tonic instead of a full ether.
Didn't need it anyways. Coming up as the second most important skip in the game after the Speakio skip.
Yes. I like to think of it as the pig skip, though, just because the text box that I use as my cue for when it's coming up is Luca saying pig.
Oh, the queen is blocking the butterfly mouth.
Oh.
Boo. The rare sighting of Ozzie's surprise face there, which is quite good. Alright, I get to keep playing. Yeah, if you say yes to fighting Magus, you have to fight Magus, and even if you actually beat him, that kind of ruins the route for the rest of the run.
Yeah, it wouldn't technically disqualify the run or anything, but figuring out how to beat the rest of the game without Magus would take a very long time.
It'd be very difficult.
Yeah. Because characters join your party at a fixed level. Magus is quite a bit higher in experience than the rest of your characters.
Yeah, because he's basically scaled for what level you'd be at in a normal playthrough at this point. And he's got all 3 elements, and soon to be followed by the 4th one when he learns Dark Bomb, too.
Yeah.
Only bummer is that he's very limited in what combos he can participate in, just because I would so love to see a frog and Magus combo. Alright, so the next part of the run is very non-linear. I have to, basically as part of 100%, I need to finish all of these side quests that you get rattled off by the Guru of Time if you talk to him. And I'm starting with the Masamune power-up side quest, just because there's no boss in this, and I have to do a lot of flying. Oops, actually I meant to go to the end of time. A lot of time warping too, which I can combine with starting to set up for other side quests.
Yeah, routing this section of the game is, depending on what route you're doing, is a lot of fun, because depending on how strong you are, how many different glitches you're doing, or what your goal is, you do the quests in vastly different orders. For example, all endings. You don't actually have to do all the side quests, so you have to pick and choose which ones are actually useful.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that I think is probably, to me, the most interesting part of all endings routing. Is just what it does before getting the first ending.
Yeah.
So I had to talk to that carpenter in order to be able to get the tools, and then I'm coming here to get the Chrono trigger, because I need that in order to get the Chrono clone, or Clonochrone, however you want to say it.
Chrono.
And then I'm going to the present because I need to come here anyway to get the tools, but while I'm here I can start setting up some other stuff. Like, I'm going to start by going to Guardia Castle to pick up a red vest, which I'm going to need for the Sunstone quest. And there's a kind of a long cutscene in order to get in here, but I need to eventually finish the Rainbow Shell and Yakra the 13th quest here, so I'm just getting this out of the way now instead of later. And I have to have Marley in my party in order to get in, too.
Yeah, I like this edition. Getting the red vest and then going and getting the red vest again.
Yeah.
Creating paradoxes.
We don't need no stinking time paradoxes. Yeah, you can actually power up the red vest to become the red male, but we determined that that's not really necessary for the route. Because the primary reason we need these at all is for fire absorption, which both versions give you.
The males boast very good defense, but it's not necessary defense.
Alright, so now that I've done now that I don't really need Marley in my party anymore, I bring in Magus, so that for a very important fight coming up here. I do miss the days of getting to Wonder-Shot him, though.
That's always the best. Wonder-shotting anything is just the best.
I still have Berserk Frog attack him in my route.
The best part about Wonder-Shotting him, too, is that if you get the absolute worst possible multiplier, he survives it, so there's actually risk involved.
Sounds legit.
So unless you're a god tier masher and can actually do the soda drinking thing consistently, just fighting Gato 3 times is the most efficient way to get 40 silver points to get the Chrono clone.
Yeah, you gotta mash pretty fast to get the soda thing. I think it's like 10 hertz or something.
So not quite Bomb Chorizo skip, but
No.
better. It's faster than the average RPG speedrunners mashing, at least.
Huh, we gotta mash through all that text. We should be good at button mashing.
Yeah.
And coming up here is why I sold some stuff off before getting Magus too, because for this mini game here, you can you can get the clone for free if you finish the whole thing. But actually, let me focus for a second here. Yeah, if you fail the mini game, you get charged money and it ends immediately. And how much money you get charged depends on how long you made it. So if I go for at least 8 inputs and then fail, it'll cost me 10,000, which I got by selling an elixir. And if you have 60,000, you can fail immediately, but there isn't really a good way in this route to have that much money by this point. Like the glitched 100% route does this part much later in the Faded Hour and already has tons of money. Alright, so now we pop in here and get the Tabin suit and helm, and because I got the Tabin vest earlier, Tabin is already here. I don't have to go talk to Laura first. And on my way to get the tools, which is the primary thing I came here for, I also make a stop here to get the jerky, which I need for the Sunstone quest.
Yeah, so we're kind of doing stuff for different side quests, like multitasking right now.
Yeah. I do like the glitched 100% route version of this, where you took care of the jerky stuff much earlier in the game because you glitched past giving away the jerky you needed before the Zombor fight.
Those poor soldiers never got their rations.
So now that we have super futuristic tools, we're now going to go create another kind of time paradox by giving them to a medieval carpenter. For some of these, too, the story trigger gets set just when you talk, or when you start the conversation, so I was just able to just leave immediately without having to actually finish talking to him.
Guy looks suspiciously like Tabin.
So these ghost knights here are immune to physical attacks, and they died one hit to fire magic, but they do either grudge or MP Buster randomly as a final attack, and after a great start already. Because ideally I would not see MP Buster until the third fight, where it doesn't actually matter. Because if I get MP Bustered, I then need to go into the menu and Ether Magus. I didn't get MP Bustered by those guys at least. It doesn't matter what happens in this fight too, just because Magus doesn't need the experience or tech points, and I'm going to be sheltering before actually fighting anything else. But the more final attacks they do, the more time I lose from the animations, though. Yeah, this is pretty bad.
It is a little annoying if he ends up dying from a bunch of grudges.
Mm-hmm.
But
that's why I tonicked him after the first one.
Yeah. Because these sentries do have quite a few tech points.
It doesn't end up mattering for the route though, just because Magus is in almost every battle in the Fated Hour, including the Lavos spawns. And the only tech I need to learn on him with him is Dark Mist.
Yeah. Alright, I'm gonna duck out for just a few minutes here.
Alright, sounds good. So in order to actually finish the Masamune side quest, you need Frog in your party, but having Frog as your party leader actually speeds up the cutscene a bit too. I think just because it makes Frog walk to the grave faster.
Yeah, because it always puts your leader there in the middle, and so he can just walk straight up to the gravestone.
And then we get Frog's strongest weapon, which is the powered up Masamune, but sadly we're never actually going to use it, because Frog just isn't... Frog still doesn't even have any techs beyond Slurp Cut.
And he never will get any more.
Yeah.
Yeah, because his next tech would be water, but you have to go visit Specchio in order to learn that. So he could get all the tech points we wanted, and he wouldn't learn any more abilities.
Yeah.
There have been some times where I accidentally named Magus us, US. I didn't actually take up the U. So here they say the fool who challenged us.
Nice. Alright, so now that that's out of the way, the next quest we're going to do is the Sunstone quest. Because the grand prize for that is the Sunshades, which is a damage boosting accessory that's going to be quite useful for future quests.
And this is the main reason why we need fire-absorbing armor.
Oops. Overshot. I did not actually get the second red vest. That's going to be a problem.
Yeah.
I'd better do that now.
Yeah, I probably should go get that.
Yeah, I forgot about some of the changes. I basically just spaced out and forgot about some changes I made to the route. Where after getting the Megamutant, but before actually going to the Sun Palace, I give away the jerky and then get the red vest. So not a fatal mistake by any means, but yeah, that definitely cost me some time.
Yeah, we definitely want this.
Yeah, because Robo has some issues with getting hit by magic, so he definitely needs fire absorption in order to survive against Son of Sun. Do you want to explain how this fight works?
Yeah, so the Son of Sun, you can't hit directly. What you have to do is hit one of the flames in order to do damage to him. But it does this roulette shuffle, so you don't know which one it is. So the way that we figure out which one you have to hit is by casting Ice 2. And then whichever one does not counterattack is the one that you need to attack. And then you just have to hit that one 10 times in order to end the battle. So right now we're watching the flames.
Yeah, it's not possible to get all 10 hits in one cycle, but a really good fight is 2 cycles. I also got the worst possible real flame too, which is the highest number of inputs to select.
So ideally you get 5 hits in before it does the roulette shuffle again.
And also, ideally, he does that purple laser on Magus, is the only character that can actually survive it.
Yeah, Luca and Robo die to that laser attack. So, good luck so far.
Yeah, if that happens again, it'll be a perfect fight.
Yeah.
I also had to wait for him to roulette shuffle the first time before doing Ice 2, because at the start of the fight, none of the flames are real until it shuffles for the first time. double lower left corner.
Well, you got good luck with the laser, but bad luck on the flame.
Yeah. It's exactly what I didn't want him to do, because I don't know if I can actually get the hit before he shuffles again. No.
Well,
Oh, I got
usually
it.
I can get one
Okay.
in, yeah.
Alright, so he's gonna shuffle again, but I've already won now.
Yeah, you just have to do the 10 hits and then wait a little bit and then it'll die. Which is nice, because then if one of your characters did die, you can revive them so they get the tech points.
I also try to use Son of Sun's death animation to get all of my, or to at least get Luca and Robo's memory cursor onto tech too. If I had to use items with any of them, just because that makes the Lavos spawn fights coming up on Death Peak a lot safer.
Yeah, true.
So while we're here in the future, we're going to put the Chrono clone to use and do Death Peak. The reason for doing it now isn't really so much about getting Chrono back as about what the stuff we can do on Death Peak, because there's 3 mini-bosses called Lavos spawns on there that are the highest tech point fight in the whole game at 120 battle. So that's just part of our tech point route for Luca learning all of her techs without really having to do much grinding for tech points along the way.
Alright, I'm back.
Welcome, welcome.
Hey there.
How did the Son of Sun go?
It was pretty good. He didn't kill anybody in the first cycle, so I was able to get a fairly safe 2-cycle fight.
Nice.
I did mess up a little bit and forget to get the second red vest before trying to go to the Sun Palace, though, but
Yeah.
realized it before actually trying to fight him.
Oh, whoops. So something I didn't realize about Death Peak before I watched you run last weekend was you don't actually have to talk to this dude.
Yeah, this little doll here is quite sturdy and is able to block the wind. That doesn't save time at all, just because you have to wait
No.
the cycle anyway, but I just think it's really fun to show off.
Yeah, you just stand behind this doll.
So I need to fight a total of 8 crackers as part of this route, and if I failed that first skip, I'd have fought those, but since I didn't, I just bump into these guys, which are harder to skip because their movement is random.
Yeah, I do the same thing.
And then I hesitate a little bit here, and then I can just dodge those. And we
Yeah,
have our
that's
first
a nice-
lava spawn here. Oops. Forgot how deep into the room the fight trigger was.
So the lava spawns have a set pattern in which they do their first few attacks. So your requirements are that you can survive the first one, and then since you're coming off Son of Sun, you have all your characters set up to be pretty good against fire attacks, which is this next one.
I also need to be careful about the fact that every time I learn a new tech or combo, like my memory cursor in the tech menu gets reset, so I need to make sure I'm actually selecting
Yes.
fire tackle here.
I hate that.
Because I'm learning new techs all over the place because of getting 120 tech points from each one of these. But yeah, 3 fire tackles and 2 melee attacks from Magus will take care of them. If I go to battle speed 2 and just I'm really tight on my inputs, I can kill them before they start getting into the status effect part of their attack cycle. So kind of like this feels kind of like a redo of Denadoro Mountains as far as just how many just how a lot of the encounter avoiding works, as far as just kind of hugging walls in a lot of cases.
Less tatas and more things that want to kill you.
Also, this second Lavos spawn is actually not flagged as a boss, and you can actually run away from it too, although I am not doing so just to get the tech points from it, because if I ran away from this, I'd just have to make up the tech points somewhere else, and they die pretty fast with these strats.
Yeah, they give 120, which is quite a few.
And I'm delaying Magus's attack a little bit just so that his menu won't be on at the same time as either Luca or Robo's, just because I need to be really tight with my fire tackle inputs in order to get 3 hits before the Lavos spawn gets its sleep attack off. And Luca learned Mega Bomb off of that fight, which, like I think Abda mentioned back on Mount Woe, whenever you learn a new tech after a fight, that character gets awarded the tech point value of the fight again. So Luca just actually got an extra 120 tech points out of that.
I have a theory about why that is too, and it's that for a lot of characters, the last technique, it costs 1,000 tech points to learn, and they didn't have a 4th digit slot in the tech menu, so they had to figure out some way to make it so that never actually is 1,000 there. Or maybe they did it on purpose, who knows.
And then fighting 6 crackers there is part of the route too, just that Luca gets enough to learn Flare right before I need it.
Yeah. That's one of the most efficient ways to get experience and tech points in the game.
Yeah, when I was rerouting this whole part of the game, the main thing I was looking for is having Luca learn Mega Bomb against one of these lava spawns, just so she could get that double tech points.
Yeah.
Another nice thing about Fire Tackle is that that Robo's weapon isn't part of the damage formula, so he still has the Mirage hand on, and I was able to sell the Kaiser arm for jerky money, basically.
I'd rather have jerky than a Kaiser arm.
Yeah. Oh, it was a little too slow there, but he went for Magus, so I'm fine. Oh yeah, and it didn't even work too.
Does he still have the amulet on at this point?
Yes, actually.
Yeah.
Despite the fact that I like the Marley and Chrono hug sprite enough to use that as my split image for Death Peak, that getting either hug cutscene here is slower, so we use the
boring people.
Yes. Yeah, we're just gonna have Robo and friends give Chrono a bro fist or something after he comes back.
Froggle flex.
The Earthworm Jim flex.
Oh man, there's a terrible pun in the chat.
Yeah, I saw.
Yeah. Because nothing improves a super dramatic moment like a pun.
Of course.
On butterfly mouths.
Frozen in time,
A
but
sepia-toned butterfly
Yes.
mouth.
Yeah.
And we took Magus out of the party because he has a little bit of extra dialogue there.
So yeah, we get the fastest possible version of this cutscene with this party, basically. Sadly, the most boring one, though. I would highly recommend having different characters in a normal playthrough. Alright, so now we're gonna quick finish off the Sunstone quest and then move on to the Genodome. I like that quote too. The sun shines 24 hours a day here. Really? Like, how is that, like, possible
How is
based on,
that
like, how
possible?
astronomy works and stuff?
It's is it
Maybe
intric-
it's the North Pole. It's always their planet is always, I don't know.
spinning. Yeah.
my favorite theory is an elaborate system of solar mirrors.
Yeah.
Mm.
Or maybe there's a hole that goes through the earth from below.
So because I already de-selfishified the mayor while I was doing other stuff for the Masamune side quest, I can just go get the Moonstone and then take it back without having to do some extra time warping.
Did you say de-selfishify?
Yeah, I just
Yeah.
decided that that's a word.
Okay.
Hope everybody's okay with that. And now we're about to get the true king of RPG weapons.
Yes.
I ended up buying 2 Wonder shirts after.
Yes,
I think it was SGDQ that same year.
I've definitely got mine in my dresser somewhere.
Wonder shot.
But the main payoff of all of this right now is the Sunshades, which is I think it's what 25% damage bonus to basically everything you do, kind of like a hero ring in Final Fantasy VI. I forget how much
the
the
sunshades are pretty great.
I think it's what 25 for the Sunshades, and then 50 for the Prism specs. I want to say.
Yeah.
I think so.
So we're putting those on Magus right now.
Yeah, so putting the sun shades on Magus here for this part lets him kill everything with just lightning too.
This is my other favorite monster in the game, by the way, besides the Evil Weevil, is the Debuggust, just because the
Debuggers and now the Debuggust.
Yeah. Yeah. Ted Woolsey had some really fun times translating this. That should be an occupation in the tech industry too. I mean, we have debuggers, so like a senior debugger should be called a debuggist.
Yeah.
Also, this is a very, very well-known grinding spot too, just because the battles on this conveyor belt are worth a lot of experience, and if you leave the Genodome and come back before completing the side quest, you can fight them all again.
You don't actually have to leave. You just have to go through the vent and then you can...
Oh, right, okay. Or yeah,
go
just
right
go down
back
the
on
belt
the-
again.
Yeah.
So all the battles in this place are unrunnable. So doing the side quest, you have to fight all these enemies anyway.
Hmm.
And that's
You have
pretty.
to fight
That's not
everything.
really that bad too, just because we need levels in order to be able to beat the final boss, and this is probably the biggest single place that we get them.
Yeah, so it's kind of a good thing that we can't run away from these battles and have to fight them anyway.
Because we'd almost certainly have to do a grinding segment somewhere before going to the Black Omen. Otherwise,
Yeah, HP and magic defense are actually a gate for the last boss because not necessarily the destructive rain, but a couple of the attacks that the main body and the core do will just outright kill you if you don't have enough stats.
and we just learned Uzi Punch, which is an extremely overpowered skill for Robo if he's got a good weapon. These laser guards, despite just being like wall or floor cannons, are extremely fast too, and it's even on battle speed 2, which I'm doing right now, it's still fairly difficult to get an attack off before they do. That robot dancing around there is one of the few actual avoidable battles here.
Mm-hmm.
I really don't want to get extra fights here just because I can't run and I only have enough MP with Magus to fight all of the required ones.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like there, I was just I pressed A like a hair too early before the game would actually register it, and I got attacked.
Yeah, timing's really tight.
I use when I'm only fighting laser guards too. I use Ice 2 instead of Lightning 2 because it still kills them, and the animation is about 2 seconds faster. Sometimes the charging pod here just kind of opens itself after that fight, and I wish I understood why.
Oh, I know why.
Oh, you do?
The one robot on the left there moves up and down, and if you wait for him to move up long enough after the fight, it will have registered that he pressed the button.
Oh.
It's not actually faster because you just want to get into the fight as soon as possible.
Yeah, that's interesting. Alright, so this second one is very sensitive as far as making it to the end before I run out, and because I bonked, I might actually not make it now.
Yeah.
Oh, I just got it. Barely got it.
Oh, jeez. That's always really annoyingly tight.
And
Considering
now
it's
we get what I call the Secret of Mana robot, just because this robot really, really, really likes to bonk into corners and get stuck.
Yeah.
Hence why I say that Secret of Mana is a great game if you play it co-op instead of single player. Yeah, like right there, it's really liking to hug that corner there.
Yeah. I find if you walk around the corners, it doesn't get tripped up on your characters as much and walks a little straighter.
Alright, so once I have both Puwexil dolls, I can start heading for the boss.
Pick up a Vigil hat there too, is one of the helmets that protects you from status ailments.
Yeah.
Good to have. Good to have.
I got lost in my notes. Oh, speed belt, okay. So I picked up a speed tab under the first Puwexil doll, then gave it to Robo there, just because there's several boss fights in the end game where Robo just being just a little bit faster would make a difference as far as outspeeding bosses.
So there's several ways to beat Atropos.
Yeah.
One of which
The fun way is just to actually do nothing, because the fight will automatically end after Atropos goes through pretty much all of Robo's attacks, basically. But I found that I can actually save about 5 to 10 seconds if I actually fight her, if Robo has both Ozzie Punch and the Sunshades.
I mean, the funnest way is to jump up and grab the switch.
The fun way is to although the other fun way is to go AFK.
Yeah. Let her kill herself off screen.
I do need to pop an elixir on Robo during Atropos' second cure beam so that he has enough HP to survive her Robo tackle. And that also just works out too, so that he refills his MP, so that I have enough for using Ozzie Punch on Mother Brain too.
Yeah, Atropos' attacks scale as ridiculously as Robo's, so when she uses her Ozzie Punch, it does quite a bit of damage.
I was a hair slow on getting into the menu on the first turn, so I might not outspeed her next area bomb, but that's fine. Robo has the red vest on. The only real danger in this fight was the Ozzie Punch. Okay, I did outspeed it still. So after well, either defeating Atropos or skipping her and still triggering the cutscene afterwards, Robo gets a nice boost to his speed and magic defense, although the magic defense doesn't really make that much of a difference in the end game.
No, he still has terrible magic defense.
Yeah, if you cycle through the game a few times and max out his magic defense, it's pretty good though.
So after Mother Brain, are we going to kill or save the animals?
Well, we're going to save the forest afterwards. The forest has animals.
Save the trees.
We're going to save the Luca's mom.
Not going to save the cat, though. It's going to go in the gate at the end.
Plus the rainbow shell cat, it's just going to fall in a pit.
True. Can't save the puppies.
So the main gimmick with the Mother Brain fight is that there's 3 panels behind her that only have 1 HP, but all they do is keep healing her. But if you kill all 3 of them, Mother Brain gets nastier attacks. But they are very, very susceptible to sleep mode.
Also, like Super Metroid Mother Brainy, she attacks you with the rainbow lasers.
This is also where I'd like to see some nice wonder shots too. I mean, I always want to see nice wonder shots, but here I can skip a. It saves a turn basically if I get a good one. That was good luck with the Hypno Wave too. Bad luck with Magus getting confused though.
Yeah, so if someone gets confused, you want to get them out of it, because you don't want them to kill all the panels.
No, actually, I forgot that the laser was coming before Magus would get another turn.
That's true, the laser gets them out of it, doesn't it?
And that's not a wonder shot. That is a blunder shot.
Luca, please.
So sadly, I don't get a swag wonder shot kill. But yeah, Mother Brain only has 5,000 HP and goes down quite fast once I've got the panels asleep.
Yeah, her HP is based on the fact that you're not supposed to be able to kill her with her unless you get rid of the panels, which keep healing her for like 1,000 every few seconds. They're pretty fast.
Oh yeah, we're hearing talk about Magus's attack animation. Like, essentially, what does your husband call Magus because of his animation?
Disco dude. He's disco dude.
I can see that.
He's got those disco moves whenever he casts spells.
So ideally, I would come out of the Mother Brain fight with Robo having a high 1s digit of his HP, because that affects how strong the Crisis Arm that I just picked up is. But since it was a 3, I'm just used a Shelter there. So then it becomes 5, which is basically the same as the Terra Arm would do with Uzi Punch.
Yeah, the first area of the desert has a lot of fights in it, but only one that's required. Or it's not even required, you can run away from it, but you can't pass by it.
Wow, this is the first time in a very long time that I have not gotten lower right Retinite Spawn, which is the slowest one.
I always seem to get lower left. Yeah, so this boss, you can't hurt him until you cast ice on him, which lowers his defense for some reason.
This is also the actual final boss of any percent.
That was quite the blunder shot on Luca's part.
That was
Yes.
the blunderest of hammers.
More like a blunder whack.
Yeah.
So the main thing here is that we want to keep the core
There
alive.
we go.
Oh man.
Oh man, that was a blunder crit shot.
It was
So
the
we wanna
minimum
keep the core
possible roll,
alive.
but it was still doubled because of being a crit.
Yeah.
Anyway, we want the tech points from the core, and in order to get
There
that,
we
have to
go.
actually kill
Oh.
it without it running away. But we want to keep it alive until we kill the other parts. Otherwise, it starts getting some nasty attacks.
Wait, I thought I healed Robo. Oh, I did. Oh, I thought
Got hit,
I thought
yeah.
he took less than 200 damage there. That's the that's the problem with using the Crisis Arm, is that at least without manipulation, it's pretty unreliable. But
Yeah.
with these strats, it's generally either as fast as or faster than the Terra Arm. So I think I've hit him 3. Well, actually, one of those didn't really count.
An interesting thing too about Robo's HP value is no matter what level he is, his last digit is 5 until it maxes out. If you use a silver earring or something, you can make it 7, I think.
It's 6 actually at this point.
6? Oh, yeah, okay.
Gold Earring, on the other hand, that's another story, and I'll actually be doing just that in the Black Omen.
Nice.
You use the gold earring.
Yeah, to give Robo an automatic 9 for the Crisis Arm. Yeah, it's an idea that one of my viewers, Hannibal Graham, gave me, which, assuming I get the Gold Earring steal relatively quickly, actually saves a lot of time in the end game.
Oh, you actually have to steal it, eh?
Yeah, because the fastest way to get one is to steal it from a Syncrite in the Black Omen.
You know, you can pick one up from one of the treasures in the future, but it's pretty slow to get.
And just because I have to go in here to get Robo, I'm buying a sight cap quick, and that's so that. Well, actually, I don't think I need that anymore. And that I think about it, just because I actually just changed my route earlier today, so that I actually don't use Magus for the Yakra the 13th fight. Although I guess I could give it to Ayla instead, so that she has Confuse immunity.
Neat. I'm looking forward to that.
Yeah, you should like it.
I'm guessing it has to do with... Huh. I wonder... Where is the golden earring in the future?
I know it's behind one of the sealed doors.
Yeah.
I think
I'm
what is it,
wondering if it's the
Bangor Dome, I
Aerostone.
want to say? Because I know the old any percent route got it in order to, for unmanipulated Lavos Shell. Because
Yeah.
you needed the gold earring in order to guarantee surviving the destruction rain. And you could get the elixir in the same trip.
I wonder if getting it early with the Crisis Arm would be good anywhere.
Yeah, I mean, if you did get an early gold earring, then you would really be able to wreck like Ret Knight and Yakra. But,
Yakra, yeah.
But I mean, I don't know if it would really be worth the detour.
Yeah.
Something. I mean, that's one thing that's really fun about this category right now, is that there's still a lot of routing potential for it. If you want to know who the entity they're talking about is, play Chrono Cross.
And then
All shall be revealed, and you also might be a little unhappy at what the Chrono Cross story does to the Chrono Trigger cast. But I do appreciate that they finally plugged some plot holes in this game, however many years later. So so for finishing the Sunken Desert quest, we get the Green Dream, which in a glitched run is extremely useful because it's the key to doing an HP overflow glitch. But in Glitchless, it's actually useless because it gives you a one-time re-raise, but which just isn't really worth equipping over other accessories. So say everybody wave to Robo, by the way. Hey, Robo.
He's got that hat on.
Farmer Robo. His best Robo. So that's the one and only unavoidable fight in the Giant's Claw. It's often a struggle just to remember which version of this room I'm into, just because this reuses maps from the Tyrano Lair.
Yeah, but you have to push different buttons.
Mm-hmm.
And here we get the almighty Blue Rock.
Yay! Blue Rock is awesome.
So blue. Zodiac Cape is a good armor for a female.
Yeah, because it's plus 10 magic defense.
Yeah.
My primary use for it in my route is just for manipulating whether Magus or Luca goes first. Because putting that on Luca means she doesn't have the Tabin suit and she's slower than Magus. And then these two rebels here, which are the same as the ones on Mount Woe, will give me the last tech points I need to learn Flare with Luca. And then by our powers combined, we are Captain Omega Flare. Extra swag if I can kill one of these with the Wonder Shot, too. Sadly, no this time.
Hit him, but not quite.
Yeah, I hit both of them with the Wonder Shot, but didn't do, like, quad-digit damage.
Magus is actually pretty good at killing rebels. He's got a high hit stat, and he's pretty fast as well.
Yeah, and his strength is high enough that 2 hits from him will do it.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever failed killing those rebels.
I've definitely failed a few times.
Yeah.
You have to get pretty unlucky for it to not work, though.
Mm-hmm.
Ooh, I haven't seen this fight in a while.
You're not missing much.
Yeah.
At least it's massively shorter when you have Omega Flare, and it's much shorter than the Black Tyrano.
Yeah, this battle used to be a lot longer in my old route. I used Dark Bomb and Falcon hit on it.
Yeah. You used a Charma Red Mail or something instead of doing.
Yeah, so that's why I didn't have Omega Flare for this, because I got the Red Mail from it, so I had to fight it a lot earlier.
Yeah.
In the route, so I didn't have Omega Flare.
It's the second highest HP boss in the whole game, too. 25,000.
Oh, hey, I wonder if you can Overflow it.
Yeah, hey, you could actually. Anything that has over 16,384 could be overflowed. So I meant to use a mid-ether instead of a mid-tonic there.
Where's Red Slash? We need a new category.
Yeah. Because we're spamming Omega Flares so much right now, Luca, who needs 20 MP per cast because it involves flare, has the silver stud on so that it's only 10 each. But even then, she still needs a bit of extra MP to kill Rust Tyrano.
Oh man, Disco Inferno is a great name for this attack.
Well, I've got Disco Dude here.
Yeah, you get gated on MP for Luca when you're spamming this thing. It takes 20 every time you want to use it with Luca.
Okay, good. He didn't eat Luca again, which he pretty much always does in my normal runs.
I know, yeah.
Firepower up. Ah, too bad. My firepower is higher. Alright, somebody pick a direction. Up, down, left, or right.
Down.
Downwards.
Yeah, down's good.
So a little fun thing you can do during this cutscene is if you're holding a D-pad button, well, when that previous scene fades out, your party leader is just going to be walking in place here.
Or floating.
Yes, or showing off in this case.
It looks like he's trying to get out of there.
Magus down run is so good. It's like Shadow from Illusion of Gaia.
Yep. Pretty much the exact same pose, especially when he's dashing to the sides. So because I already got the Chancellor cutscene out of the way when I came here for the Red Rest earlier, I can just head straight up to the courtroom.
Sadly, a break in Omega flaring.
You guys will like the tech I'm going to use on him instead.
Good.
The animation is well worth the price of admission.
I'm looking forward to it.
This was another recommendation by Hannibal Graham to really come up with a lot of really clever strats for especially the end game in this category.
Yeah, the end game in this category just has so many possibilities.
We've got Dumb and Dumber.
fulfill the purpose of letting me actually learn combos with characters that have never fought together recently. And in this case, we get Beast Toss and Twin Charm, but most importantly, Beast Toss.
I don't think I've seen that move in a long time.
Yeah, I'd completely forgot what the animation was like until a few hours ago when I tested the strat.
Yeah, I don't even remember this one. Is it the one where they toss them between each other?
You'll see.
Okay.
Doesn't want to spoil it.
Maybe I'm thinking of Boogie. There's some weird ones that never get used.
Boogie is actually used in Glitchless any percent, at least a route I saw by a Japanese runner.
Oh, really?
They use it a lot in the Lavos shell fights. I do find it very, very silly that the monsters in this part of the quest are just refights of the weakest monsters in the game from the Cathedral. Like, they could have at least given us some palette swaps that are actually challenging.
Could have called him like Nasher the 13th.
Yeah.
Nasher Jr.
We've got our incredible disappearing judge here, too.
Yes.
And our last sighting of the Chancellor face.
Oh, right. I have more spam to do.
Yes. So I made sure to come to this fight with all of my characters having immunity to chaos, just because that can really put a dander on my day. But now we get to play
Yes, I thought so.
play volleyball with Yakra.
3K, holy smokes.
Yeah, because
Wow.
It's not bad.
yeah, because it involves Uzi Punch, is why it's so powerful. It gets even better if Robo has a better Crisis Arm number.
Yeah.
Like,
Holy
if he has a
smokes.
9, it does about 4,500. Okay, hopefully this does 6. And it, okay,
I'm
it's
using
0, so that's the same at
The number
least.
of bosses this is useful on is pretty limited.
Alright, so because I need to make sure to heal Robo before doing it again, because he got nerfed there. So I get Flea through. He might have been low enough to finish it there, but I didn't want to take the chance. Let's just go for it.
Like, keep away from Marley.
Yes. Oh, there we go. Yeah, because he's got 18,000 HP, so should work out to be 5 beast tosses, assuming he doesn't give me a good bonus.
Yeah.
Or I guess 6, because it's generally doing a little under 3k.
That's a glitchless unique strategy. For sure. Because you can just overflow this guy in glitch runs.
Crow, no. You can only use the use this attack on. Okay, I thought we were talking the elixir glitch. I would guess no, because I know if you try to use Slurp Cut on Lavos, that Lavos doesn't like it and bonks Frog basically. And I would assume that if you do like Rock Throw or Beast Toss, it's the same.
Yeah, I'm trying to think if there's any refight bosses that it would work on, but a lot of them are untossable enemies.
Sadly, just like how there's a lot of enemies in FF6 that are immune to suplex.
Although not as many as it should be.
Like the Phantom Train, most
There's a
famously.
certain train, yeah. It probably shouldn't be suplexed.
Yeah, Hannibal Grimm's telling me that was over a minute faster than my PB. That was pretty bad for the base toss strat too, just because he never actually gave me a bonus with hitting Robo. So now we get the rewards for the Rainbow Shell quest, and we need to make sure not to mash too.
Yes. Prism helms.
Still remember when we saw some real-life Prism helms at the Mall of America before it was GQ.
Yeah.
They were basically like sun hats that were rainbow-colored.
Oh, okay. Because I know there's official art for almost every item in the game.
We want the Prism helms both because they give really good magic defense and also status immunity.
Yeah,
we also get the Prism Specs, which is an upgraded version of the Sunshades. And then lastly we get the Rainbow Sword, which is Chrono's strongest sword.
Unless you crit with a Shiva Edge.
Yes.
Or unless you're playing Chrono Trigger DS and there's a stronger sword.
Like the Dream Seeker or something?
Something like that.
I never actually did a New Game Plus of Chrono Trigger DS, so yeah, I didn't get the extra ending.
I've never played it on DS.
They basically took a sword and said, let's give it more attack power and make it like the Rainbow Sword that everyone likes and make it better. So it's 90% crit.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
But it's the classic kind of super weapon where by the time you get it, there's nothing left to actually fight with it.
Yeah.
I guess if you could carry it over to New Game Plus, that's another story.
Yeah, you can, and you can fight the new super boss or whatever with it.
Yeah, and I'm still working on the routing for the Beast Toss strat as far as trying to optimize the equipment changes before and afterwards. But
You're the
I'd also-
great S.
I'd like to make it work too that I don't need to shelter before coming in here, so I can wait on that party change until after I get the Ozzie cutscene, which would save a few seconds if I don't have Magus in my party. So this is actually the last quest before well, I guess the Black Omen is technically the final side quest for 100%, but this is the last one before that, and the main reason we saved this one for dead last is because of the boss fight, because if we have really good stuff like Omega Flare and the Prism specs, then the boss for Ozzie's Ford is a joke, and if we don't, then it's extremely dangerous and slow. I'm always a fan of this cutscene too because of the music. And along with how they're all blinking afterwards too.
What just happened?
Wonder if you can beast toss these guys.
Yeah. Yeah, I think that's probably worth looking into at least. 'Cause I think well, actually, I need to time if the animation's faster than the beast.
I mean, it opens up new routing stuff because you could do this side quest earlier too. Possibly.
Possibly. Yeah.
The triple fight is probably not worth it.
Yeah, I think you'd still need Omega Flare for all three of them.
Yeah. My rooting wheels are turning. Oh god. I mean, I could see something useful, but I don't think you get anything out of this side quest that would make it worth it.
Well, I mean, you get a lot of experience. You get a lot of tech points that by this point you don't really need, and then you get the good equipment for Magus, and then the dash ring. Takeaways here. Dash ring, I mean, you got the speed belt already, so that alone I don't really see being worth it. But you could make a case for Magus' stuff, I think.
You could just make a case for also you're effectively wasting the tech points in this entire place if you do it last. Interesting.
But yeah, having Omega Flare trivializes that fight, and if you don't have that, it's pretty slow and pretty dangerous too, just because Ozzie, Flea, and Slash have some pretty nasty combo attacks that they can use with each other. Because like if you attack Ozzie with Flea and Slash alive, they do like a delta hit or something that hurts a lot.
But if you beast toss gold earring, crisis arm, Ozzie.
Yeah.
I just want to see Ozzie get beast tossed.
Yeah.
He might die in one hit.
Yeah, I mean, well, let's see, how much health does he have? I know I have 5,000. I mean, if you can make it do over 5,000 in one hit.
So right as the kitty hit the switch on your game, my kitty is attacking a box.
Hopefully not trying to cause the same outcome.
Yeah. My cat does that, where he wanders into the room and just jumps up and swats at my face and then leaves. New presents, yeah.
Alright, so that is it for all of the quests, except for the Black Omen. I've always found it kind of odd that this game's final dungeon is completely optional. But you get really good equipment for coming here. And we have to as part of 100% anyway. So Megamutant is a pretty weak boss for this party, but it's kind of here as a gatekeeper, basically just to kill you if you try to come here immediately after getting the Winged Epoch. Because yeah, if you come here right away, you're going to get confused and then killed by this attack, basically. Coming up on my first chance to steal the gold earring, too. I need to steal it from an enemy called a Syncrite. It's not guaranteed, though, because I could get a Hyper Ether instead.
So the Black Omen is awful. So many dodgeable enemies. There's RNG, elevators, and just so much stuff that can go wrong.
Here, got it first try in my last practice run, but then I died to panels.
Oh, darn! Right. Panels are sneaky like that.
Yeah, they're a lot more dangerous than you'd think.
Yes. Yeah, I lost a run to panels a little while ago.
All right, got the gold earring. A lot slower than I'd prefer, but it's a lot more efficient to get it in this battle instead of the mandatory Syncrites battle that's a lot later on. Because after you get it, you can just run away instead of having to actually fight them. But yeah, even though that took some time to get, it's going to save me a lot of time in the end game. But I will never forget now that Falcon Hit requires 4 MP with Ayla instead of 3, because the last panel before Terra Mutant, I thought I was okay, and then I wasn't.
Yeah, the golden earring's in the Aeris Dome, so you'd have to go through that whole section again.
I mean, I could just fly there with the time machine, but yeah, having to walk through the Aerostome would be pretty slow.
The rat area and stuff.
Oop. I hit the right eye too. Okay, game had mercy on me. So yeah, that first eye is random, whether it's open or closed, and if it's open, I'll just keep reloading the room until it's closed. And then this third one's unavoidable.
Oh, sorry, I was talking about the gold earring, because he's trying to steal one from one of these synchronites right now. If it was in the Banger Dome, I could see a case for it'd be faster just to get that one, but it looks like the backtracking's too strong.
We're coming up on our first elevator, too, which are one of the more nasty random elements of Black Omen. There's 2 elevators here, and each of them I can get between 0 and 3 encounters, all of which are unrunnable.
And there seems to be no rhyme or reason as to why they trigger and why they don't. It's just completely random.
So if I get these ruminators, I charm a quick Mega Elixir off of one of them before using Flare to kill them, just because you can never have too many Mega Elixirs for the final boss.
Definitely not.
That was pretty good. The main thing I do not want to see is goons, which is one of the possible elevator fights, just because goons take 2 actions to kill instead of 1.
This room has lots of nice treasure in it. Two of the best items in the game, Nova Armor and the Haste Helmet are in there too.
Yeah, Haste, which we haven't actually seen yet in this run, is probably the most overpowered buff in the game, just because of how much faster it makes you. It does have an odd quirk, though, which is that it doesn't take effect until the turn after you get the status applied. So when you get it at the beginning of the fight, because of the Haste Helm, it's the second turn. Just 2 kind of hard skips coming up here. This one's just random where that shield is, and this one's just really tight. Nice, got it. It's kind of I think for this one, it's debatable whether you should just reload the room until you get both the eyes closed, or just go with it. And I've gotten burned enough times by trying to reload the room that I just accept my fate, basically.
I think what I usually do is if the first eye is closed, then I'll go for it. Wait for the second eye to close. Otherwise, I just get into the battle.
I believe you can do the same thing for this last one here, but it can take a really long time.
Yes, it can.
Yeah, the second set of eyes seems to stay open way longer, and they don't sync up very well very often.
And then we've got these enemies here that want to give us the Triforce. And
is that Ganon?
Well, it has horns like Ganon. I'm just waiting a little bit here too for the turret below here to rotate so that it can't see me.
Oh, I haven't seen this fight in a while.
Oh, you're not missing much here either.
I'm guessing it's just a giant laser times some amount.
Probably Giga Mutant, I would say, is probably the trolliest one of the mutants too, just because
That's true, yeah.
it's the only one that can really stop me from getting 2 Omega Flares off, basically.
Mm.
And I just gave that haste helm to Robo, so now after the first turn of a battle, my slowest character then becomes my fastest by a lot. It should be fine unless it does something strong against Luca. I forget how much this does. Not much. Alright, I win. I believe Giga Mutant is just totally immune to physical attacks too. Or immune in the sense that like Heckran is.
So in the sense that it does like very, very little damage.
Alright, now we've got our second elevator. First one was pretty good to me, let's see about this one. Again, I can get between 0 and 3 encounters here.
1 out of 3 for the first one's pretty good. And you got one of the easier fights.
And I got it again.
Yeah.
Alright, I got my extra Mega Elixir, so I'm just gonna kill them.
Ah. Gato clones.
Sadly, I can't beat them up to get silver points.
I wonder if you can beast toss these days.
Well, you could probably beast toss Gato. Alright, hopefully this is it. Hopefully I don't get all 3 of them in this elevator. Okay, I didn't. Alright, just make sure, because I have to fight 2 Synchrites coming up, and they actually can hit extremely hard, so I wanted to make sure my Falcon hitters can survive 1 full round. That's why I had to switch Luca and Chrono's accessories too, just because Falcon Hit is only based on Chrono's power, so I had to give him the prism specs for the fights in this room here, whereas for most other places I want Luca to have prism specs that boosts Omega Flare at the highest. It's really important to dodge those bats too, just because if I touch either of them I have to fight 2 goons that I can't run from.
Yeah, 2 goons take a long time to kill.
And all the battles on this screen are unrunnable.
Alright, unlike my practice run, this time I know I need to heal, or I need to use an ether on Ayla so I can Falcon hit the panels in the next room.
Yeah, you can avoid that if you don't have to fight any Cybots on the elevators, but
I use Falcon Hit on goons too if I have to fight those.
Oh, the golden earrings come out.
So because of having the gold earring on, my Omega Flare damage gets lowered a little bit, and in order to be able to kill Terra Mutant in 2 Omega Flares, I have to pause a little bit until after it heals. I'll be making that little time loss up and more in Lavos Spawn though, coming up next. Remember, the damage that the Crisis Arm does is has a multiplier that's based on the 1's digit of Robo's HP, and with the gold earring he has 999.
Yeah, I'm thinking getting it early wouldn't help, because I don't think you have enough HP before this point for that to happen. So this lava spawn is much harder than the one that's on the mountain.
Yeah, it has different attacks, more powerful attacks, and it's random. It doesn't follow a script.
And it has twice as much HP, I think.
Yes.
It's got 10,000. Ooh, go Luca.
Hey.
Yeah, wonder shot!
It's probably gonna need an elixir, yeah. Nice, that was really fast thanks to that good wonder shot.
Yeah.
Switch back to the Tabin suit just so that Luca is faster than Magus and I can just mash the flare on these panels.
Yeah, I remember when I lost a run to these panels right here.
Yeah, I mean, if they actually get going, they hurt a lot because they have this kind of laser shadow attack that hits your whole party.
Yeah, and coming off the lava spawn, you're not always
Healed.
of the healthiest life totals. Yeah.
So this battle always looks a lot scarier than it actually is. Because Zeal always starts with Halation that lowers your whole party to 1 HP, but then she also does it again at certain HP levels that I don't actually know off the top of my head, so as long as I just keep hitting her hard, then she'll just keep doing it over and over again and not actually do anything that can kill me. Like, I'm guessing it's maybe every 4,000 damage or so she halations. She has 12,000 HP.
I think it's that once she hits half HP, her AI flips back to the beginning.
Because I know Zeal, final
over, yeah.
Zeal does halation at half HP.
Yeah, I think it's the same with her, but she does it twice in a row or something at the start. I don't remember the AA exactly though.
So because of the gold earring strats, I do have to punch the Mammon Machine once in order to get enough damage in to kill it with 4 Omega Flares.
It's not just a punch, it's a crisis punch.
I just hesitate a little bit there, just because every time you use a magical attack on the Mammon Machine, it raises its magic attack power for its next energy release attack. So I just waited a little bit there, because I'm going to get hit by it anyway, but that way I take less damage from that, and I just go into the Zeal 2 fight with more health. Oh, and then also, by the way, that last boss and then this next one in a non-glitchless run, you'd be skipping too by using the HP overflow glitch. So you have to use pretty different strats for this category. So my goal for the Zeal 2 fight is to get her do 10,000 damage before she gets to Hexagon Mist in her attack pattern. Because once she's taken 10,000 damage, she does Halation instead.
Yeah, and unfortunately you can't Omega Flare this form because that counts as damage on the 2 hands, and then they both counterattack.
Yeah, I think one of them does Halation and the other does MP Buster if you attack them.
Yeah.
One does Life Shaver, which takes you down to 1 HP.
Yeah. Which is a funny animation.
I got trolled by this in my last run where she did Skygate on Robo twice, which meant I couldn't skip Hexagon Mist, but as long as she doesn't Skygate him the second time, I should get it. Should do it. Yeah, okay, there we go. So I got the Hexagon Mist skip. So now she's gonna do MP Buster on her. Okay, so then yeah, now I want to. I wanted to wait that out before doing my next Mega Elixir, so I wouldn't gain my MP back and then immediately lose it again. Alright, good fight.
Very nice.
Yeah, that was nice.
I mean, distinct lack of good wonder shots, but
Yeah. Well, I'll get a couple more chances at a good wonder shot in the Lavos shell fights. If I'm not on PB pace, I'll make an attempt at killing Lavos Core with the wonder shot too. But if I am on PB pace, I want to go for it.
that'd be hype.
Yeah, sounds like I saved over 2 minutes on my PB's Queen Zeal.
Wow.
The power of the Crisis Arm.
Yeah, that's real nice.
Got my menus mixed up. Should be able to get Dark Mist off before that healing attack. Alright, Luca made it worthwhile though.
Oh! She's not messing around.
No.
Just for the fans, you should try beast tossing every form.
Yeah.
Like, I think you could throw Heckran, right? Should be able to throw Heckran.
And then Zombor is next, and this party doesn't have anything that can kill both parts of Zombor at once, and it uses MP Buster as a final attack, so I switch out for my Falcon hitters to get one last go here.
Chrono and Ayla say, "Show me your moves," and then leave the party.
Sadly, Omega Flare is not quite good enough with these stats to kill Nizbel without lowering his defense. Imagine you probably could in New Game Plus, though.
Kill it without lightning?
Yeah,
Hmm.
if you've got max stats. Alright, come on, Shadow. Let's see some Shadow here.
Lightning.
if he does Shadow, Mega Flare is Shadow, so bye-bye, basically. This fire lets me use Flare, at least, though. It's too bad you can't use Double Bomb on him, because that would work quite a bit.
That'd be nice.
So I have to wait for him to switch to Magus Phase 2, and then I can use Omega Flare to end it. But yeah, that was pretty slow. Yeah, Magus Phase 2, not to be confused with Magus Floor 2.
Fortunately, the dinosaur doesn't take nearly as long this time.
Yeah.
With Omega Flare.
Even in an any percent run, you can still pretty easily one-cycle the Tyrano at this point. Or, well, yeah, by the point you would go and come here.
Unless you're crazy enough to do the lava shell skip. Don't need to worry about it. The return of Trollface.
It's been long enough since I've had something other. Well, I've had to do more stuff with Magus against Magus, so forgot that I would have needed to ether him before this, but it's all good.
Final shell form.
Ooh, nice round shot there.
Not bad. Kill the butterfly.
Yeah.
This isn't Bravely Default.
If you're going back in time and killing a butterfly, is that going to mess up the timeline?
The real butterfly effect.
Alright, we're getting there.
Yep. Alright, who's ready for some world revolution? I always am.
Oh yeah.
The inner Lavos is a pretty consistent fight, although Lavos Core is not, depending on what time warp pattern he gives me.
There's some really bad ones.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, let's go to...
That's where he troll us all, put Frog in the 3rd spot, and glitch him to death, right? Yeah.
My PB's 555.43, if anyone's wondering, too. This is gonna be close.
Yeah.
Yeah, it is.
To open iTunes to listen to the song now.
Resemblances to Esther and Necrosaur probably, and Imperfect Cell probably intended by Akira Toriyama.
Mm-hmm.
I might have needed to hesitate a little bit there, but let's see when he does spam. Oh, I'm gonna be fine as far as getting my next attack off before the arm gets a turn. Yeah, because I want to kill this arm before it gets another turn because it uses Protective Seal, which will remove my status protection if it does it. And I have to wait for it to cast Obstacle before it actually lowers its defense. Otherwise I can't really damage the body.
Yeah, it's quite the obstacle.
So my goal now is to get 4 Omega Flares off before it does Shadow Doom Blaze, which I should be on pace to do.
Yes, Voligen's reminding you to wait for
Yes.
obstacle.
I know I can always count on Voligen to remind me to wait for Obstacle. Because yeah, when I was first learning this fight for a donation incentive for marathons, right, previous marathons, I had issues with jumping the gun and trying to Omega Flare him before he got to Obstacle, which would then be whiff. So he's low enough now that I'm actually just going to have Magus attack, because it'll take 3 hits with the because the Doomsicle gets a bonus if you have characters that are dead.
Nice, I like that.
The nice thing about no manip too is that I could potentially get a critical with it too.
Yeah.
With the manip I used for this in glitched runs, I know I would never get a crit here. So there is actually a trick you can do to actually get into the menu in between Inner Lavos and Lavos Core, but Ascension and I both agreed not to do it for Glitchless. It's not really that big of a deal, too. It just means I have to use a Mega Elixir at the start of the Lavos Core fight instead of other healing items from the menu.
Oh, the between fight menu.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can go into the menu right here.
Alright, nice. Got a present.
Oh, perfect. Well, it makes for a pretty easy fight. Yeah. You can get him into the loop pretty easily.
probably should have dark bombed sooner, because I might have wasted too much time getting over to Robo's menu to be able to do the best strat for this time warp.
Yeah, Lavos has a lot of dangerous attacks, but Lair Star is not one of them. Just reduces everyone's HP by half.
Alright, just because I'm not sure I got the right timing. Okay, I got it actually. So now I'm just gonna have Magus punch the center bit to finish it off, and because it didn't get its health refilled by active life, so now I basically get to pretty much finish this off without ever getting attacked again.
Gonna try for the Wonder Shot for swag points.
No.
Aw, okay.
This is too close.
Go, go, go. So close.
Might have been able to finish it with Ozzie Punch, but just want to make sure. Alright! I got a 5-second PB.
Wow.
5-second PB.
In an almost 6-hour run with a lot of safe strats and stuff too.
Well, that was worth it.
Yep.
Yeah, those new strats really paid off.
Oh, definitely.
Yeah. Because I think I was a good like 3 minutes or so behind going into the Black Omen.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the Omen went pretty well.
I didn't get it. I had kind of a slow gold earring steal too, but. All right. Well, that was a good run. I guess I'll to Feasel and Mythical. Do we want to watch the 10-ish minute ending, or do you guys want to start wrapping up the marathon?
I wish there was a category. They did glitches in the first half of the run, and then glitchless at the end.
Yeah.
Like,
yeah, I think that. Yeah, I mean, I can kind of see that too, just because I think the start of the game's definitely more fun with glitches, and then the end game is more fun without.
Yeah, you can let the credits play out. It's fine.
Okay.
Yeah, and when you're done, just throw it over back to the hosts. We'll do our final words.
All right, sounds good. I guess technically world record too by 5 seconds.
World Recce.
Beast top.
Yes.
You have to grind on reptites until you get Uzi Punch and Beast Top. Alright. Rock throw.
Yeah. So I guess just some quick shoutouts to Essentia here for getting me interested in running this game again this way too by working on her own runs of it last year. And I guess shoutouts to Hannibal Graham, one of my Twitch and YouTube viewers, who has helped me a lot with routing and strats for the game. And then Abda and all the other Chrono Trigger speedrunners out there too.
Yeah, it's been fun. Have not been that interested in this game for quite a while. This run was quite a lot of new strats that are pretty interesting. Beast Toss being
yes,
pretty high on that
Beast
list.
Toss will be the new suplex
Yep.
for us, I guess.
I like the Crisis Arm stuff too. It's pretty nice.
There's all kinds of fun stuff you can do with the ending to get lots of cat food, and then get overrun by an army of cats here, and then talk to the people around the fairgrounds that have different dialogue depending on which side quests you finished and in what manner you did. But we're just going straight to the credits. Get the lovely extended version of Chrono and Marley's theme here.
No balloon.
We also do get I like how the route works out that we get my favorite version of the ending too, where you have the epoch still. I like the scenes you get for that, along with how they sync up with the music.
I just like that there's a kitty in this ending.
Yes. Is it true that if you get enough cat food, you get a purple kitty, or is that a myth?
Ooh, I've never done it. I don't know.
Because I've never actually done it myself. I've heard people in my
so bad
chat
at that
say
with
that the
me.
last cat you get is purple, but I have yet to see.
I'm trying to remember. I know you get one that's kind of like a dark grayish color, something, but I can't remember if you get a purple one or not.
To Reddit.
Purple cat %. You know, my daughters always cry when they see this ending, and everyone leaves.
I mean, they have all these heartfelt goodbyes, but they've got a time machine, so they can just kind of go visit whenever. As they do during the ending, when they're looking for Chrono's mom.
Well, I mean, if you want a different ending, there's always the All Endings run to watch.
Yes. Alright, controller down. Oh, Abda, the pressure's on to submit all endings for for the next SNES Superstars.
The pressure's on. Okay. I will think about it. That is a fun run. That's like my...
I mean, it does have
It's
some
got some
very
cool
interesting
stuff.
routing, and
Yeah.
well, you get to see the main content that we didn't see in this run, which is New Game Plus and other endings. It is
Plus,
a
you know,
bit. It is a
no
bit on the
pressure.
long side, but not anywhere near as much so as when it started.
Plus, there's no pressure in actually being good at the game. You just play and get the third best time in the world.
Aww. Not so Robo and Atropos are a much cuter couple.
For some reason, Atropos comes back to life.
The one main thing that changes if you actually fight Magus, other than that you don't get him, is that his scene in the ending is replaced by Frog becoming human again.
Yeah, but here he stays a frog.
Oh, I just got a tweet asking if this is my smallest PB ever in an RPG. No, I got a PB at Final Fantasy IV by 0.4 seconds once. 40 frames, I believe.
There's the oh no frog again.
Yes. Your brother. Yeah, I'm definitely going to be looking through that VOD playlist fairly soon, just because there was a lot of stuff I missed in this marathon that I wanted to see because of having to like work, eat, and sleep.
Oh, and hey, if people are looking for a marathon to look forward to, I hear RPG Limit Break is coming up soon.
Yeah.
Oh, yes.
May 13th through 19th.
As a Canadian, I'm a little scared to come to the States right now, but no, it's good.
We'll make sure you're plenty taken care of with Swedish fish.
Yes, we will have plenty of Swedish fish.
Yeah. No, it'll be good to see everyone again.
Well, that is Chrono Trigger All Quests. Glitchless, no RNG manipulation in 5 hours, 55 minutes, and 38 seconds. Thanks again, Abda and Essentia, for helping me out with the commentary.
No problem.
Yeah,
guess-
it was fun.
Yeah, and I guess with that, I guess Feasel Mythical, do you want to come up, pass it over to wrap up this this fun event that I certainly hope is returning again next year?